And we are live. Welcome to Disorder in the Courts, continuing coverage of Nevada versus Robert TELLES. We learned yesterday that is how to pronounce it, TELLES. And Mr. TELLES will rejoin us on the witness stand in his rambling testimony, where he yesterday just barely began to address the specific facts of the case and the allegations, but it was a very disjointed and halting performance. Good morning, Teacup. And one of the reasons I came on early was to wish healing on Patricia Burns. Patricia, you pushed yourself too hard, huh? It's all your fault. I'm not making it all your fault. I'm just saying. I'm so sorry you had a relapse, and I sincerely hope that you are very much on your way to healing. Did you party too much on your daughter's birthday? I'm just kidding. Anyway, so everyone send well wishes to Patricia for a recovery. Definitely missed her in here yesterday. So they're late. Again, it's the TELLES Tardy trial. But there is a little bit of news in the kind of true crime realm, if you will. Some of you probably saw this already. Hey, Stacy. Did I say already hello to PKC? I think I said hello to Teacup. Sorry about that. Anyway, there's a little bit of news in the true crime realm. Bullhorn Betty is now the subject of 3 different protective orders that have been placed on her for a full year against a true crime family. Oh, you're so funny, Patricia. Get me home. I'm going to go AMA against medical advice. I'm leaving. So I can go watch this guy testify in trial. So silly. So I don't mean silly. So funny. That is so funny. Anyway, so when I said silly, I was messing up and referring back to the Bullhorn Betty and her way of responding to her own protection order. So Bullhorn Betty was they put temporary protection orders on her a couple weeks ago. The hearing was today. It was a Zoom hearing. She did not show up. To this Zoom hearing. So my understanding is that they were automatically granted. She can't go anywhere near them. And my understanding is that also she cannot speak about them online. Of course, she went live and lied about all of it.
We can put the witness back on the stand and you can bring the panel in.
You want them up there first? Or?
Uh-huh.
But that's the state of that's where we're at here, y'all, is true crime victim families having to get protective orders against stalking, harassing YouTubers. And I would bet you any amount of money that those people who had to file those protection orders reported that channel many times. We missed you too, Stacy, yesterday. Noticed you weren't here, but no shade. People who weren't here were just missed. That's all. Yeah, I know, Stacy, I have family members with really severe back issues, and I know how taxing just standing up and walking to another room can be, you know? So, how is Mr. Tejas looking today? Patricia! That's a good one. That's a good one. She really is stupid beyond belief. So Mr. Tejas, he's looking. How do we think he has adjusted? Has he adjusted himself at all today? And I don't mean in a weird sense, not in his pants. Come on, get those thoughts out of your mind. I mean his behavior, his.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the jury panel? Yes, Your Honor. And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Please be
Will you
seated.
please remain standing, raise your right hand so the question, Mr. Leo.
You do
Oh,
solemnly swear the
question.
testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Tejas. First name is Robert, Robert. Last name is Tejas, Telles.
Okay, no more rambling today.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, with respect to Compass Realty's motives, I wanted to show you a probate court video. I'd like to see if we could share that.
This is going to be D3, and it's not been admitted yet.
You objected on this.
Okay, so he gets on. Is this admitted as evidence? Does he know how to admit evidence? So this is what keeps happening, y'all. If you haven't been here, he keeps saying, okay, now I would like to show this piece of evidence. And it's unclear whether it's actually been admitted as evidence. So then they have to start a conversation, like a kind of a sidebar, an impromptu sidebar about whether this is actually evidence that should be shown. And it interrupts his flow every single time. It interrupts it. It's totally disjointed. The people in the room, I'm sure, are not following along. So right now he's sitting there, I think, trying to listen to them argue about whether this should get admitted as evidence. And yesterday, there were only a few times when he got his way. Most of the time, he didn't get his way yesterday. So he would say, and I'd like to show blah, 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 blah. And then there would be an argument. There were a couple times when the evidence itself was actually already admitted and he could show it. But every single time it was, we had to sit here and wait like this for the lawyers to argue with the judge and then to decide whether it was going to be admitted or not. PKC, I wonder if that will inspire some in the Idaho case. So many still get trashed. So many still getting trashed. I don't know, PKC, because I know that, like, put it this way. Rocket Man has a permanent protection order on her because of things she did on YouTube. Hasn't changed her hello sentiment, hello.
However, I'm not going to allow you to publish.
Okay. So when you do go back, if you could please review that video.
He can't play it anymore.
I'd like to ask if, getting back to where we were yesterday, if I could ask that we please share. First of all, I'd like to share a picture of the killer's pants. I believe it is a zoomed in version of one of the videos that was provided by the state.
We have it.
Yeah, we have the photo, we have the thumb drive.
I have it on my computer as well. It's clear if we do it this way.
Okay,
As
and
been
it's
previously
exhibit.
admitted. Yes.
It states exhibit, just for the record.
What
What are they trying to show?
It's the-
The state exhibit that's been admitted, I just,
It's
before you
like lowers-
publish.
Yes.
What's the number of flash drive?
Oh, the flash drive?
Correct, we addressed it yesterday.
Okay,
It's also the flash drive that they gave us money as well.
that's going to be,
Mr. Tejas, this is not a corporate presentation.
It's 3:30.
This is witness testimony. There are rules of admission, and he's a lawyer, so you would think that he would have at least studied the rules of evidence admission. Even if he's going I was thinking about what was the conversation like with his lawyer to decide to do a narrative.
You guys are here every day, so
What were we trying to do?
just that picture. I
I'm
don't
just
even
zooming in.
know where that's coming from.
Well,
This is what I think happened when they decided to have the narrative testimony. They probably tried to do a mock, they probably tried to practice with a mock, examination, and it didn't go well, right? And they couldn't figure out, and he is insisting on testifying.
If I may, I'd like to publish Exhibit A.
Now let's see if Exhibit A is. So I believe that he and his lawyer, tried to kind of practice a direct examination session. It didn't go well, and they ended up deciding, because he insists on testifying, in that conversation, the lawyer might advise, I would advise that you do not testify. Well, a guy like Tejas, who's been representing himself up until, just a couple months ago, isn't going to, and he's been wanting to have his say. He's been wanting to tell his story. He's not going to accept that as an answer. No, I'm testifying. Well, if you don't like the way I'm asking you the questions and you aren't going to answer them in the way that I suggest you answer them, then you should just do a narrative testimony.
I'd like to show the two, my jeans versus the killer's pants. I personally don't believe that they look the same.
His opinion is irrelevant.
Right, sustained.
And I'd like to also note that none of my other pants, jeans, or anything else were taken from my home on the day of the search. As a result of my jeans being taken from me that day, I was put into that paper suit. And you've seen the photo of the paper suit. And the room was cold. I asked, when I attempted to have the temperature adjusted, there was no help there. So I spent the day freezing in that paper suit. There were various things that were done to, I believe, break me. I had conveyed concern all along about my family. And as time went on during this detention, interrogation, whatever, I learned of various things that I believe would tend to, and did for me, break someone's spirit. Being informed, I was informed that all of my vehicles were being taken away. And this was early in this interrogation. This was before they supposedly found a shoe, that they were taking all my vehicles away, which made no sense to me. When I wanted to reach out to talk to my family, to try to put them at ease, I was denied the ability to make any phone calls. When I wanted to speak to an attorney, I was denied the ability to talk to an attorney. It was my understanding that my rights were being suspended because I was not arrested. I was just being detained. later again, detectives took advantage, I believe, of my feelings for my family by referring to them over and over. And, you know, it was a lot. Then all that finished. They were finished with the search, and they took me back home. And the media was outside my house, and somebody followed me all the way to my garage door with a microphone in hand. She, if I'd say chasing me per se, but she was walking pretty briskly all the way up to my house. And well, that was, I'm sure, her right. I wasn't. It didn't help the situation, you know, to know that the media had been tipped off and they were swarming around the house. Then I walked into the house, and what I saw hit me even harder. I'd like to share the photos of my house after Metro finished their search. I think it's A2 to maybe S2.
That's going to be A2 through I2. Yes, A2 through I2.
You know, I'm sorry, but just getting up there and whining about the way you were treated as a suspect or defendant is not going to win you a not guilty plea in a murder trial when there's so much evidence against you. And yeah, he's just wasting the jury's time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted into evidence, and
Mr. Dreskich, oh, I'm sorry.
do you want to publish?
I would, if you wouldn't mind, could you
Hey,
take
Rachel.
maybe 10 seconds of photo and flip them for me?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You want to see the photos? Is that what you're trying to see?
Well, I guess maybe, but when we publish them, if you could publish them for about 10 seconds if you And I'm what I'm concerned about, publishing are the photos of the inside of my home
They are,
and what, okay.
yes.
So,
He's treating this like a corporate presentation, and his lawyer is
A2?
a slide flipper.
this is what I walked into in my house starting.
This is A2, A1.
All right.
Yeah, but how does it normally look?
I know the similar looking photo?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you done with this photo?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is B2.
It really does suck how the police
And coincidentally, I was led to believe that
trash.
they were not going to make a mess of
search
my
it.
house.
This is C2. This is D2.
Pretty sure that's just how the police left it, Stacy. They do leave it that way, and I think that does suck.
This is
I'm not
D2.
gonna lie.
This is F2.
They got the Elmo going.
This is G2.
What are those loud sniffs? Who's that coming from? Is he crying as he looks at this?
This is H2.
Wait, is he doing a cry or is that from somebody else? He's crying. He's actually crying.
This is I too.
It is. Oh my gosh. We got to see if there's real tears there.
And this is J too. Sitting on the floor in our bedroom in the middle of this mess. And
Show
so
tell us now. Show tell
this
Teus.
for me was, the thing that just broke me. I'm sorry. I knew I didn't do this thing, and yet the police claim to have this evidence. They did what they did to me, and I have $1 million life insurance policy. I didn't want my family to have to go through more torture. And so I don't know what I was thinking, but I thought, you know what, if I can avoid the pain that they're going to suffer during this whole
I don't think they
circus,
went out on unaliving.
some money into their hands to make up for me not being there, then maybe this is the thing to do. But it was, I'm not guilty. I didn't kill Mr. German. But as you can see, I attempted suicide. And SWAT came in and pulled me out and put me into that ambulance. Detective Jappy came into the ambulance, and when he came to the ambulance, he came in to extract a confession from me. It was conveyed that if I would just plead guilty, that
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
And in response, I said that I'm innocent, but I don't want my family to go through this, this thing that's going to happen. I guess what I said exactly was, I know that I would prove I'm innocent at trial, but I don't want my family to go through the pain. And I wish that I had the audio to prove that to you, but apparently it doesn't exist. I'm not certain how we ended up leading off with Mr. Gurman's, I guess the response to Mr. Gurman's request for the messages between me and Roberta, the emails and the Microsoft Teams. The production of those items that were given to, or that they were going to give to Mr. Gurman, it's a lot. I think it's probably hundreds of pages. So I think we were trying to see whether or not we could produce them electronically so that you could review those messages for yourself and see whether or not they're a motive for murder.
Your approach, please.
Yeah, Twitter is not having those tears. I'm uploading some tweets. Oh my goodness. They are not going for it. He's looking mighty distressed there as they... Here's some Twitter reaction. And then this is a GIF, but I can't catch it in I can't catch it in the, GIF movement form. But yeah, Twitter's not having it. Neither were we. Twex, that's good. That's a good one, Patricia. Twex.
Okay, it's my understanding, based on the representations, that exhibit will be created and it will be marked and admitted after it's created. The state's going to put all those, I guess, communications onto a drive and it will be admitted.
Thank you. And well, and it's my understanding they already produced that item. I don't know if we can make sure that what they're producing is,
It will be provided to you shortly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You'll be able
Okay.
to review it.
I would like to now share a photo of my Yukon that was taken at the police impound in their garage. It's 02.
We can move for a submission, or at least being admitted by stipulation.
It's admitted,
And if we may publish it.
absolutely.
Okay, so this is a photo of my Yukon that again was taken by the police at the garage. If you will note, my Yukon doesn't have worn paint around the windshield like the killer's does. I'd like to note that I am in jail. I don't have access to Photoshop this photo so that to remove any alleged paint, worn paint. I don't also have Photoshop to modify the picture that Mr. Mogg took that shows allegedly that there was worn paint on my car. I'll also note for you, just because, the way that courts work and building records, that the doors on my car do lock and unlock. They do open, they do work. If someone were to open my car door, the visor, it works. It flips up, it flips down. So at any point, at any time, anyone could have opened the car door, flipped up my visor, flipped it down, even just prior to Mr. Mogg taking his photos. And so that's what I've got for that photo. Thank you very much. The cameras that are on the corner of my house, I did install those on September 5th after my wife and I heard what we thought was a gunshot in the neighborhood. And I think that it'd be pretty easy to, well, I know that I said that to Detective Gaddis in my interview. And also, it was previously discussed that those cameras were not there during the surveillance on the 1st. So Mr. Mogg would not have found videos for the 2nd, for the 3rd, for the 4th. Personally, I believe that when there's no videos for all those days, I'm not sure how it could be so.
Sustained.
Sure, no problem.
Testify regarding your observations.
Of course, Your Honor.
Ooh, view of the attorney. He's like, "Arr."
Okay, thank you. And so I believe both, well, I can't tell you what other people testified to, but I will say that that day on September 2nd at 8:50 a.m., I did make a text message from my house. And I did not leave my house. And I'm just going to hit this one point really quickly. Through 9:10 a.m. at the very earliest. Okay. As I testify later, it was much later that I left my home, but that's, I believe, an important point. So 8:50 sent a text message, 9:10 I was still home. Now, I would like to share, if I may, R2, I believe, I'm not sure if that's been admitted by stipulation or not. These are the tweets that I made that had any reference to Mr. Gurman.
It's not yet been admitted.
It's marked as
R2.
The state had produced a Twitter file that was not in your typical web browser format. And so when we went to review this, this is how those tweets came up.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted and you may publish.
Here, let's. So you'll notice that you heard about that tweet where I talked about where I joked about hearing rustling in the trash, just a dig at Mr. Gurman. And that was the one that's listed on 6, I believe, that's 6:18 at about 7, at almost 8 in the morning. You don't see the other tweets because, again, for whatever reason, they didn't, when they produced this document, they didn't produce replies embedded in it. So, but that's the same one. And you see that my last tweet regarding Mr. Gurman is on 6/19. And there I say, at J Gurman RJ at Review Journal. Actually, it wasn't lashing out so much as making sure that you finish the story about the website and maybe poking a little fun. A winky face emoji. I had created, and you'll see that, as has already been admitted, I created this portion of my campaign website that talked about the stuff that was different things that I disputed. And so I wanted to draw attention to that. So that's why I goaded Mr. Gurman into that a little bit. At the same time, it was actually June 16th, I had sent a text message to a friend who had reached out to me about, because he was, he just wanted to check in on me. And on the 16th, I conveyed to him that it's all good. I'm not actually mad at it. At this point, I was over it. I'm happy to move on. And I said, although, Gurman says he's going to do a third article, one about the website. I don't give a damn. LOL. I don't know if that's something that we can, thank you, sir, that we can admit this text message.
Are you asking?
If we may, or if you could present it for admission.
This is he wishes
To offer.
to offer, we can make this as a proposal exhibit.
Yes. This is going to be J3.
Thank you. Absolutely. No objection.
There being no objection, it's admitted and
Thank
you may
you.
publish.
So you can see the content of there again, 3 days before I sent that last tweet. So again, there were never any messages where I would threaten Mr. Gurman. I'm certain that if there were, they would have been produced. Thank you, sir. The way that I handle things is I figure out ways to do things legally. And I'll discuss that in a little bit as to what I was planning. Your Honor, may I just stand up for one moment to show the jury why I didn't wear name brand shoes at the office? Just for a moment, and
You just want to stand up?
right where I'm at.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God.
So
What does that have to do with, and sometimes I wear
I don't know if you noticed the height difference. I wear lifts in my shoes. about 6'5.5", and call it a vanity thing, right? I just wanted to feel a little taller. And so if I may just demonstrate why this is important. So these shoes that have built-in lifts, they're designed in a certain way where they don't slip off a person's foot when you're wearing them, right? You can see how this is so elongated because there's a lift in here, right? So you can't put, it's not, from what I've tried, I could not put a lift in a name brand shoe because that shoe would slip right off. There's not enough of the back of this, once that lift's in there, in order to grab a hold of your foot. So essentially, I'd be kicking my shoes off every time I walk. So, I never wore, again, any type of name brand shoe at the office. And I think that's something that will likely be discussed at closing, and how that's relevant. Which, of course, brings me to the shoes in the house. I did not cut up a shoe and hide it under my couch. I did not cut up a hat and put it in an open door of my toolbox. I did not kill Mr. Gurman, so I did not take a bag with my children's basketball and football out of the bin and use it during the commission of a murder. So, I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. I guess, my next statement would have been argument, so let me skip that. And I think my attorney has already kind of discussed with you the
Look at
deletion
that
of this body
courtroom.
cam video.
Courtroom. There couldn't be lower.
I guess next I just want to share, I'm going to try to share some thoughts with you about the killer. It was strange to me that the killer.
Objection, proper opinion.
I didn't get to hear, so, what did you, what's the topic?
Well, I wanted to talk about my observations about the killer.
Okay, you can testify about any facts and observations that you've made.
Observations that I made about the evidence that I've reviewed, Your Honor?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. It was strange to me that the killer walked around the neighborhood.
Again, that,
It's hard.
facts and observations that you have made.
Right, and I was clarifying earlier that if I reviewed the evidence as provided to the state, but it's okay. I'll
Thank you.
I'll move on. So I did not. Make sure I get my order right here. So you saw a document with certain searches that said Jeff Gurman, Las Vegas, Jeff Gurman, Las Vegas, Rob 4NV, those type of things. I'd like, and my apologies, I should have actually sought this out earlier. I don't know if we can, it's a state's exhibit, if we can dig that up.
What is it?
It was a list of searches for Mr. Gurman that was provided by the state, a lump of Cellbrite items.
Celebrate. Is that an extraction report?
Yeah, it would be thanks.
You can approach and help me pick which one.
I'm looking at Twitter right now and people are like, okay, I'm piecing out until cross. What's for lunch? Another person says, how did that cut up shoe get under your couch? And of course, we know he thinks it was planted. And then another person says, okay, so you didn't do that with Hat, and who did? Oh, wait, it was the Tooth Fairy. Another person's like, what in the actual fuck is happening in this trial? And nobody, I'm not seeing any comments that's like, hey, Evil Queen. I'm not seeing any
Search results actually get
like, oh yeah,
pushed,
this guy's on the
or
mark.
like pages get pushed up, is when people review, or when people do a search and they visit a particular page based on the fact that they did these search terms, that would actually increase the ranking of the page. And so I'll explain. So for example, again, if you Google Rob Tejas or Jeffrey German, Las Vegas, Rob for NV, then you go to my page and you find the page and you click it, then Google's going to say, okay, well, we're going to push this up, right? When people search, we're going to get it further up the chain. And so when I was doing these searches, you'll see, sir, is it?
I may approach.
You may.
Yes.
Exhibit.
State's Exhibit 356.
Thank you, sir. And sir, may I ask you to kind of go through this slowly on the Elmo, if you don't mind? If you don't mind, please.
You may publish.
Elmo
If
time.
I was trying to search for Mr. Gorman's personal information, I don't believe that I would repeatedly Google him over and over again. If you might focus. Oh, I don't know if you all can, if you might zoom in just a little bit more, if you don't mind, sir.
Then why did you take pictures of his house?
So you see that
over
it
and
starts
over?
off Jeff German, Las Vegas, 4 times. Then I added Jeff German, Las Vegas Public Administrator. And if you could flip that page, please, sir. And then from there, if you could go down just a little bit, if you don't mind, just so I can read the very top. Okay, Jeff German, Las Vegas Public Administrator again. I did that a few times. And then if you could, and again, so if I was trying to find his address, I would be putting Public Administrator in the same search, right? If you could please flip that as well. So here I was trying to build a pattern. So next I searched Jeff German, Las Vegas, Rob for NV, which is my campaign website. All right, so later as I continued to research, I found out that the only thing it was going to do is bump the search result up on my own browser. But thank you, sir. So I ended up finding that there were paid services where you give them a credit card number and a certain amount of money to spend, and they have either one of 2 ways of doing it. They either have people in some other part of the country or the world manually typing in these search terms, from different spots to, and I guess it's, I don't know if you'd call it cheating to have somebody artificially pushing your website up, but I felt like, with what Rita Reed had done, that, if she was going to lie, that it was fair game for me to try to push my website up so that people could read the truth, right? So that was the purpose of those searches, but I never searched for Mr. German's address. And yeah, I would think that if I had, you would see a landing page of some sort that actually showed it. I searched for his address. So when I saw these supposed searches where I supposedly looked for his car, you got to have a man's address when you're putting it into, at least from what they showed, that supposedly they found the car by way of his address. I didn't know his address. So, and again, and I think if you would have seen some landing page showing that I knew it, I didn't know his address. Never been to his house. Didn't do a Google Maps search of him. And when it came to these photos that are supposedly surveillance, I don't know why anyone would do that. Sit there and take 100 photos of different cars. I don't even understand what the purpose of that is.
Then why'd they
It's
get
my
on your
understanding that
phone?
surveillance means you go tail a person, not sit there and snap off a bunch of pictures. And then there were these other items that the state had introduced, photos of articles, like screenshots of articles, screenshots of the, was it Facebook messages, like a discussion that I had with John Cahill. And those are items that I was actually collecting for a lawsuit. And I don't, did you all bring a copy of that lawsuit? The lawsuit draft? Rick, would it, may I? So I had been writing a draft of a lawsuit, and as I said earlier, this is the way that I wanted to handle this issue. If we may take a look at it so I can tell you.
Thank you.
To me, it wasn't a big deal that he was sharing articles of himself. That's normal. But it did show that, he was very focused on.
I couldn't sue my employees because that would just look bad. But I felt that after I lost the election, they were fair game. Because my original thought was that, if I won, or if I tried to sue them in advance of the election, that people would say, he's just trying to shut up people, right? And I got advice to that extent. And so I took it. I said, okay, well, I'm from an attorney. I'm like, all right, well, I won't sue them now. And my hope is that I was going to win. And I think I came pretty close, but it is what it is. So once I lost, I said, you know what? Fair game. I'm going to sue them. May I? Oh, I am so sorry, sir. Okay. And so again, this is a draft of a lawsuit. It's an unfinished lawsuit that I had started drafting, and it was going to be on behalf of myself as my own attorney, as part of the law firm that I had, Accolade Law. And I would like to ask that this be admitted.
Any objection? Is it admitted?
So you can review that and see that, again, this is the reason that I had actually captured some of those pictures. Sorry, sir. Okay. Now, the interesting about, this situation, and I guess, I had done my own research on cases, and I had found that there were actually cases where even DNA evidence had been planted. There was a case where apparently it was an officer-involved shooting, and the police were pretty sure they had their people.
Objection, relevance?
Yeah, the objection is sustained.
Well, it goes to my theory, but I guess we'll have to save that for later. That day, September 2nd of 2022, as I mentioned earlier, I sent a text message, hung around home, had no watching TV or working. Somewhere probably around 10ish, I went for a walk, came back home, and then got ready and went off to the gym. And if I could republish T2.
Okay, now he's addressing his movements on the day of the murder.
This has already been admitted.
Yeah, Rachel, I'm not sure how close it was, but it was a primary too. He lost in the primary.
Thank you, sir. If you could please turn to the appropriate page. And as I said before, I'm techie, right? You see that my actual login, after you consider everything I do, to get ready to go to the gym, when they were ready to scan my phone, it was at 12:09. And I say it was my phone because I'm a techie person. The tag that was on my keychain, I abandoned it long ago. So that was from my phone. May I next republish, I believe it's States Exhibit 374 regarding text messages I received that day.
See, and remember, the state showed through tedious cross-examination yesterday that Tejas only received text messages. He didn't respond during the time in question.
Would you, if you don't mind, if you could publish it, please.
It's about 20 pages.
If you don't mind, we can just go through it briefly. My apologies.
Rachel,
Go
I
ahead
think
and
that's all he's been this whole
turn to the
time.
next page, please.
It's 374.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so if you could turn the page, please. Okay, if you could turn the page, please. You turn the page, please.
I actually do think the difference is
If you could
that
again turn the page, please.
it's going to sink him. That's my
You see again that conversation I had with my daughter.
my
Had my phone, responded, no problem. At 9 o'clock, still had my phone when I got an email from Jimmy John's. You could turn the page, please. Still had my phone when I got this message from, if you bring it down a little bit, or the other direction, please, from Cora. And when I got this text message from the spam, talking about how they wanted to sell my home, I didn't respond to that. If you could please, when I got the message from Macy's, I didn't respond to that. And again, still had my phone. When I got this, if you could go to the next page, please. So we had recently changed at the office, the way that our vendor for the answering service. And with that, I asked that they create a system or implement a system where we're automatically texted for these things. Again, no response required. This is something that was assigned to Rita. It was just provided to me for my records. So nothing to respond to. Again, another email, no response needed, just junk mail. Sir, please. Again, another message from the answering service. Then at 10:36, I got a message from my wife with a picture from my daughter. And then if you can go up, my wife called about 10:43. I'd been out for a walk. I was just about to come in anyway, so I didn't respond. You'll notice that she did not call me again. She did not text me again. That's because honey, I'm home. So can we go to the next page? Again, another junk mail. Then a phone call from Reputation Defender, junk. I don't feel the need to pick up the phone from everybody who's calling. And then another email, again, automated email. If you could turn the page, please. And calendar invitation, junk mail, calendar invitation. And you'll notice by this time it's already 12:53 when we're at number 32. So I already have myself at the gym, right? So it's not like, I've got to answer any of these things, right? And then I was done at the gym. I want to say I typically take about an hour there. And so it was, I don't know why I would have missed this call if I was in the shower or whatever. This would have been from the vendor for my daughter's diabetes supplies. So they left a message. And if you scroll down, it looks like they left a message about a sensor for my daughter. I forget. And if you could go up. So here again, like I said, you should have no doubts about the fact that I had my phone on me. Whatever anybody tries to argue, because again, I clearly had it. Went from the check-in. I say I had it all day. They may try to argue otherwise, but so when we continue on again, there's that message. Then my ex-wife sends me a message at 1:26, and I don't immediately respond to it. And I don't feel the need to respond to every single text message immediately. I don't know, I'm personally that way. If I don't find a sense of urgency in it, I believe it can wait a bit. Sometimes I won't respond to, even if it's a person who's sending me a text message, I won't respond to the next day. It's just whatever mood I'm in. So I personally don't think that there's anything suspicious about my phone use here. Thank you, sir, very much. So
Look at the
went to the gym.
junior lawyer
Like I
back
said,
there. He knows this is bad.
12 and got checked in about 12:09. Did my workout. Went home. Picked up kids later. And, I can't imagine the kind of person that would.
Sustained.
So I personally can't imagine myself to be the kind of person.
Sustained.
I am not the kind of person who would stab someone.
The objection was sustained.
Okay. So I've never beat anybody up. I've never killed anybody. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. And that's my testimony.
Okay.
Whoa, that was
Cross-examination.
probably the worst test.
Okay. All right, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate
Look
with
at him.
anyone, including your fellow
Look at
Jews
him.
in
He
your
knows
regular
he's doomed.
Remember, questions don't come till both sides are.
Look at him. He's like doomed. I mean, did you hear the last bit of his testimony? The last bit was, you want to get up there and be like, I did not kill this guy. But he's like, I did not kill Jeff Gehrman.
Commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, internet or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreating the.
So you could tell he feels victimized by not being able to do like a corporate, like a persuasive corporate presentation. Let's watch that again. Let's watch the end of that again. I want to note, we have to note, you guys, we must note that he did not address why he had something like 100 photos of Jeff Garriman's property. All he said was he didn't know why someone would have all kinds of photos of cars driving by. Okay. He also, as he's going through all these, you know what? I'm going to go back a little bit because I want to watch him going through this these phone logs. Yeah, he did. He addressed a little bit the shoes, a little bit. Why, you know, he wouldn't wear name brand shoes, but that is some sort of, I'll bet you anything that they could find all kinds of photos of him online wearing name brand shoes. And that would completely discredit that testimony. And he also, let's go through him going through these phone logs, because he said that he responded to one of the messages. And I want to go back and hear that.
Now, you see again that conversation I had with my daughter. Had my phone. If you don't mind, we can just go through it briefly. Turn to the next page. Okay, if you could turn the page, please. You turn the page, please. If you could again turn the page, please. Now, you see again that conversation I had with my daughter. Had my phone, responded, no problem.
And I wish this was much easier to look at, because it says, you know, he's like, as you can see here, I had this conversation with my daughter. I had the phone, but it's nearly impossible for me to see that time. Let me try to blow it up. 9:05, right? Okay. Like in the 9 o'clock time frame.
At 9 o'clock, still had my phone when I got an email from Jimmy John's. You could turn the page, please. Still had my phone when I got this message from, if you bring it down a little bit, or the other direction, please, from Cora. And when I got this text message from the spam, talking about how they wanted to sell my home, I didn't respond to that.
So I'm going to be honest, I missed where he talked about his height. Was because I noticed you guys were talking about that in chat. Was it when he was showing his shoes? Because I'm happy to show that again, but is it when he was showing his shoes? I'm going to keep playing this for now.
If you could please, when I got the message from Macy's, I didn't respond to that. And again, still had my phone. When I got this, if you could go to the next page, please. This is, so we had recently.
What I'm listening for right now is, does he ever say that he responded to anything during the time that the state alleges that he didn't have his phone? Because he keeps insisting, see, I had my phone, I had my phone. But the last time he responds to anybody with his phone is at 9 a.m. Right? So yeah, I'll go back to the very special shoes after we listen to this phone testimony.
We changed our, at the office, the way that our vendor for the answering service. And with that, I asked that they create a system or implement a system where we're automatically texted for these things. Again, no response required. This is something that was assigned to Rita. It was just provided to me for my records. So nothing to respond to. Again, another email, no response needed, just junk mail. Sir, please. Again, another message from the answering service. Then at 10:36, I got a message from my wife with a picture of my daughter. And then if you can go up, my wife called about 10:43. I'd been out for a walk. I was just about to come in anyway, so I didn't respond.
Okay, so this is what I'm going through this part because I think some of the most important evidence the state has is that he didn't respond to all kinds of incoming messages during the alleged time of the murder, right? And his explanation is, well, I was just getting all kinds of spam, which is, I do the same thing. I pick my spots of what I respond to and what I don't. But at one point, his wife calls and he's like, well, I was just on a walk and I was about to come in, so I just decided to respond to her. Well, that's feasible, but what were you doing on that walk? I mean, what can you show us the path of your walk and where you were? And, I don't think that's been addressed whatsoever.
You'll notice that she did not call me again. She did not text me again. That's because I said, honey, I'm home. So can we go to the next page? Again, another junk mail. Then a phone call from Reputation Defender, junk. I don't feel the need to pick up the phone from everybody who's calling. And then another email, again, automated email. If you could turn the page, please. And calendar invitation, junk mail, calendar invitation. And you'll notice by this time it's already 12:53 when we're at number 32. So I already have myself at the gym, right? So it's not like I've got to answer any of these things, right? And then I was done at the gym. I want to say I typically take about an hour there. And so it was, I don't know why I would have missed this call if I was in the shower or whatever. This would have been from the vendor for my daughter's diabetes supplies. So they left a message. And if you scroll down, it looks like they left a message about a sensor for my daughter. Have we had and if you could go up. So here again, like I said, you should have no doubts about the fact that I had my phone on me.
So from all that, he concludes with, so because of all that, you should have no doubts that I had my phone on me. Sorry, I am not convinced. Now let's go back to the shoe part. How he never there we are. Okay.
And
You just want to stand up?
right where I'm at.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know if you notice the height difference. I wear lifts in my shoes. I'm about 6'5.5", and
Oh my gosh. 6'5.5". That he must have been just nervously misspeaking. There's no way this man believes that he is 6'5.5". He probably believes he thinks he's actually 5'5.5", right? Sometimes people, when they're nervous and they're, really, they just misspeak. And I think he misspoke there, but that's a big one. 6'5". People, let me tell you something, okay? I'm going to give you a documented fact based on my own experience with my own child, okay? A person who is 6'5" does not wear lifts in their shoes. In fact, if they could, they would try to shave some of that height off because it makes them stick out. And it honestly makes life hard. I know a lot of people are like, gosh, I wish I could be that tall. Sorry, but just like with, really short people, for really tall people, and maybe there's some really tall people here in the chat, it makes life difficult. It's hard to fit in standard places, So yeah, it would not even occur to somebody who is 6'5" to wear shoes with lifts. So yeah, you can tell he's about 5'4", 5'5". I'm 5'6". I can tell he's about. That's right, Patricia. That's exactly right. My poor son, he is 6'4", and he also has a very distinctive feature that I will not talk about online because I still have people who try to look for my kids. He has. Oh, hello, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, Daniela. Nice to see you. Thank you for checking in. So my son is 6'4", and he has a very distinctive feature. When he's in a crowd, you notice him, and he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. He's gotten used to it. He's learned to live with it. He knows how to deal with it. He's fine. He's not he's not traumatized over it, but it presents challenges, right? And yeah, I have family members who are around, like my mom was 5'4". I have other family members who are like 5 foot tall. Yes, Stacy, he's only 22 years old and he already has back issues. It's really sad. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Patricia, 5'10" is pretty tall for a woman. So yeah. You know what, you guys? I hunch, and I'm only 5'6", and it's something. It's like a habit I developed as a child because I was always trying to make myself look smaller. I was always trying to cave in. Yeah, 5'9" is also pretty tall for a woman. So anyway, all this to say, there's no way this guy is 6'5", and I'm pretty sure he just misspoke. I don't think he even is delusional enough to believe that he's 6'5". But let's hear it again one more time just for posterity.
I don't know if you notice the height difference. I wear lifts in my shoes, but I'm about 6'5.5", and
That's
call it
funny.
a vanity thing, right? I just wanted to feel a little taller.
Yeah, see, it's a vanity thing. I wanted to feel taller. He just misspoke. So he believes that he's actually 5'5.5". And yeah, I do know men who are 5'5" and they wish they were taller, so they might wear lifts. It's not a big deal, but it's kind of funny that he misspoke that badly. Anyway, let's get to the end of his testimony because, at the end of somebody's testimony, you want to hear like a very, very strong denial of the facts. You want to hear like something super convincing. And the issue is that this guy is so driven by emotion and the way that he looks and the way that he's treated by other people in front of other people that he kept getting distracted by being denied the ability to to state his opinion or do like some sort of corporate presentation up there. Oh, wow. Those are long hands, Patricia. My goodness. They must be very pretty. So let's hear him in the final words of his testimony, probably the most unconvincing testimony I've ever heard.
The case, do any research, consult.
You know, I can't imagine the kind of person that would.
Sustained.
So I personally can't imagine myself to be the.
So listen to it's really important to listen to his language here, okay? He's not saying, I didn't do it. He's not just coming right out and saying, I would never stab a human being. He's saying, I couldn't imagine myself. There's like a separation in that speech. I couldn't imagine myself doing this. Yeah, that's what it was like for my son Teacup when he was growing up. I mean, he was always taller than his age class. He always stuck out of the crowd. He's always had this distinctive feature he already had this very distinctive feature that everybody commented on all the time. It's a nice feature. It's not a ugly feature. So he didn't get teased for it, but you can't miss it. Okay. Then he became 6'4", and like when he was 11 years old, he was about this height that you're talking there, Teacup. So it sounds like he's really sprouting up to be a tall kid. Anyway, so listen to this man's language, and just try to remember that the stakes are very high here. Oh, and looks like they have come back into court, maybe. No, but they're not. Nobody's on the stand, and there's no sound. So I'm going to keep playing this, but I promise I'll go back to it when they start to cross-examine.
The kind of person.
Sustained.
I am not the kind of person who would stab someone.
The objection was sustained.
Okay.
And right, he could barely say stab.
So
Who could stab someone?
I've never beat anybody up. I've never killed anybody. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. And that's my testimony.
I've never beat anybody up. I've never killed anybody. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. And that's my testimony. Incredibly unconvincing. I mean, wow. So here they are back in court, getting ready for that cross-examination. This ought to be very interesting. Let's see. I'm going to go look on Twex. I think I might call it that now, Patricia. I'm going to borrow that. What's happening? What's happening in there? They don't have the sound on. Twitter is so funny. Twex is so funny. All right, I'm going to show you some of these Twexes while they're not in court yet. These are funny. Look at this. It's time for cross-examination. My proctologist called me at 10 and I was in the middle of a murder, so I didn't answer. Look at this one. Robert Tellis is a professional skater. He skated through all the real questions, but karma is headed your way, buddy. Look at this. I usually walk around on my knees. That's not me in the video. Time for the fun to begin. Cross-examination. After the break, the prosecutor will play cat and mouse game with Robert Tejas by calling him out on his lies, exposing him for fraud, and being a coward, I'm sure. He would be supplied a diaper in case he poops his pants because he wouldn't be a poop anymore. All right, let's go back into the courtroom and see what's going on. I wonder if they're calling a lunch now because it is almost immediate. It is almost noon, but it looks like they are still standing there. Maybe they're going to take the lunch break at 1 or something. Look at him. Look at him sitting there. I'm going to zoom in. Look at him dissociating. Look at it. He's going through his testimony in his head and thinking, oh my gosh. I bet, Patricia. Yeah, he did. I mean, that's what blows me away. You know, this man was so overconfident, and he was going to be representing himself right up until a couple months ago. He just knew he could get himself out of this. And if that is how this trial would have been run, if he was representing himself, we would be here until next year. Okay? With all of the pauses for him to not understand how to admit evidence and what's hearsay, and you know, the proper questions to ask and not ask. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it is, Patricia. She is there. We noticed that yesterday, but I didn't realize until we saw her there yesterday, and then I looked at her Twitter and she said that she's been there the whole trial, but yesterday was the first time we noticed her. Yeah, Teacup, my son's feature has to do with his hair, and that he's come to realize that anytime someone's staring at him, he just has to give them the usual answer that they're going to ask him anyway. And it's about his hair. So he just answers it. And yeah. He's gotten used to it. So the court guards or bailiffs are paying attention to one person over there. I'm not sure why. Maybe that's just the virtual water cooler they're standing around talking. I don't know. But it looks like they're not going to be taking the lunch break right now. They're just waiting for maybe the judge to come in. But yeah, so I just want to remind you all, but by the way, please remember to hit the thumbs up. I have not reminded anybody to hit the thumbs up since I've been live, I don't think. So please do hit that thumbs up if you're here. Do they really, Patricia? Interesting. So I just want to remind you, this man has been incarcerated since 2022. He's had all this time to prepare his testimony, his trial, his evidence, his exhibits. He was representing himself. He's had all this time, and that was what he brought to the table. Underwhelming is an understatement. Now it looks like they're talking about what evidence might be presented during the cross-examination. Or I'm starting to sort of wonder, I don't know. This is total speculation. I'm starting to wonder if maybe they're going right to closing arguments because they've decided not to cross-examine him. I don't know. That's total conjecture, speculation, whatever. But they keep talking about the tech. It does look like, I mean, I'm going to assume, though, that the female prosecutor is going to be the one doing the closing arguments. She did the opening arguments. The male prosecutor, he's been doing most of the examination, direct examination and cross-examination. So he could be just standing there preparing. He's noting all of the exhibits that Tejas tried to use in his testimony. And remember, this is the prosecutor that really had a Perry Mason moment yesterday with all the phone logs. So I'm sure that the phone log testimony is going to come into play here. Because a couple of you weren't here yesterday and you may not have caught this, but what happened yesterday was the defense put on a cell data analyst to try to convince the jury that Tejas had his phone on him the whole time. But when he was, and everything seemed copacetic, normal, he showed many different ways that it was possible via cell tower information that Tejas had his phone on him. But then the prosecutor gets up to cross-examine. Oh, and then, sorry, I need to back up a little bit. Then during that direct examination, there was an abrupt halt to the proceedings, and there was a break, a 5-minute break. And then they come back, and during cross-examination, we learned that an entire page of the exhibit that analyst was going to present had been taken off of the presentation, and it just so happened to be the page that showed that for several hours on the morning of the murder, there was no outgoing data activity on Tejas' phone. None. And it was really well done. He did it with the appropriate amount of passion and indignance, like, you mean to tell me, wait a minute. First you admitted an exhibit that had this, and then when you all talked through the exhibits, it did not include this one really important page, which is the actual day of the murder, which shows that for several hours he never responded to any incoming communication. So it was a really tough moment for the defense. Really tough. I was starting to begin to wonder if they were going to decide not to put Tejas on the stand at that point. And then there were the prosecution was able to tear down that cell data information so badly that there were several rebuttal questions. Like the defense and the prosecution took turns many times. Usually you only see like 1 or 2 times at a witness, but there were several redirects. At least 3 or 4 different redirects on each side. And the prosecution handed it to them, made them look like total idiots. So it was a big question in my mind whether they were even going to put Tejas on the stand after that. But they did. They did. And he started his rambling testimony by talking about, his life and what a great guy he is, and how he became a lawyer and how he worked his way through school, and just a good hardworking man. And then now he's married, and he decided to become a public servant because he thought things weren't being handled correctly. He gets into the public administrator's office. He detects fraud. He starts calling out the fraud. He starts trying to clean up the fraud. That creates a divide in the office. And then all of a sudden, the people that he was accusing of the fraud were victimizing him. That he was just, he became the focus of their harassment and bullying. And there was a witness that was put on the stand from the office yesterday, a defense witness that was put on the stand yesterday from the office. Her face was not shown, so there must have been some sort of an agreement not to show her face. But she testified to how after Tejas came into the office and started calling out all of these inconsistencies and pointing out the fraud, that there was a complete divide in the office. There were those for Tejas, and the other side of the office was for Rita Reed. There was the Rita Reed side. Rita Reed is now the public administrator. There was that side, and then there was the Tejas side. And in fact, at a certain point, after Jeff Gehrman started publishing his articles, a special administrator, like an independent administrator, came into the office, and the two sides of the office were separately managed. Y'all, that is absolutely insane. That is insane. It's not a way to handle things. You can't have, say, okay, we're just going to agree that this office is being managed by 2 different people, and they're going to do things in their own different way. It's just ridiculous. Okay. So, this person who testified yesterday was clearly on the side of Tejas. She said that the Rita Reed side of the house was bullying and, creating the hostile work environment. But Jeff Gehrman, the reporter, was reporting that Tejas was creating the hostile work environment. And one of the ways he proved it was by showing this scandal video of him and his quote unquote mistress getting out of a car in a parking lot together after, the backseat of a car. So there were these 4 articles that were written, and those articles were published in May of 2022. The primary for the election was in June of 2022. Rita Reed, the leader of the other side of the office, ran against Tejas, and she beat him in the primary. So he basically became a lame duck, and he was the public administrator in name, But until the actual election, when Rita Reed was in fact elected as public administrator, it was a lame duck office and she was running it. So he stopped coming into the office. So you think about this timeline, okay? In June, after he loses the primary, he stops coming into the office regularly. So a normal person would just go find another job, get a life, figure out what they're going to do next. And that's how he depicted things on the stand. He depicted things on the stand that, I just lost the election and that's what happens. And so I just moved on with my life. But no, what happened, the evidence shows that Tejas was burned up over these articles. He probably blamed those articles and all of the Compass Realty people that were on the side of those articles. He blamed all of them on him losing the election, and also for exposing his alleged affair in the office. And so he started stalking and plotting murder against Jeff German. Okay. That's what an abnormal person does. And I think we can see that. I think we can see, based on his own behavior and the way he acts and the way he tries to sidestep things and the way he tried to present himself here, he's not a normal person. He's just not. He's just not a normal person. And, what did he do? He started surveilling Jeff German. He has something like 150 photos of German's home in his phone. Evil Queen's been in Top Chat this whole time. Oh my gosh. Why do they even have that damn Top Chat? It is fucking ridiculous. It's so annoying to have to go into a chat every day and then hit Top Chat. But anyway, so why on earth would how on earth would all of these photos of Jeff German's home end up on his phone? And the photos are not just, a picture here, a picture there, a picture here. They were pictures of every possible angle he could get. Pictures of his surveillance, pictures of his roof, pictures of one side of the house, pictures of this other side of the house, pictures of the back of the house. He got every angle. And then there are pictures of cars coming and going from the intersection just a couple blocks away from German's house at the Popeye Chickens. And they were on Tejas' phone. Okay. And then there were all the searches that he was trying to explain as, I was just trying to search for the articles. I was just documenting. I was preparing to sue. So I was doing research and I was preparing my documents, but that doesn't explain the hundreds of photos. He didn't even address those hundreds of photos. He addressed the photos from Popeye's Chickens, but said he doesn't know why anybody would do that. But he didn't even address that, how those images would get on his phone. His lawyer claims that his account was hacked. Of course, right? So let's stipulate to that. Let's say that Mr. Tejas' iCloud was hacked and all these photos were put in his phone by Compass Realty, or somebody working for Compass Realty. And in fact, what Tejas actually said on the stand is that he believes that Detective Jappy, the fraud detective, was compensated bribed to help Compass frame him. Okay? No proof. No proof. He's just like, and I'm, in my opinion, no proof whatsoever. None whatsoever. So let's say, though, that he's right. That his phone was hacked by these people. What does that explain? Does that explain then how he would be in the possession of not only the shoes, which have been cut up, the hat, which has also been cut up, consciousness of guilt. Oh my gosh. What are they doing? These people are going to drive me to drink. And I don't drink. So anyway, how did he come into possession of all the of some of the most distinctive features of what the killer was wearing on the day of the murder? And how did he come into possession of the same car that the murderer was driving? And here's the biggest question, the $64,000 question, or maybe let's make it the $1 million question. Okay. The $1 million question is, how did Garriman's fingernails have Teus's DNA under them? And Patricia asked, how long after the murder did they find the hat and shoes? I believe it was, so the murder was on the 2nd and they did the search on the 7th. So it was like 5 days. I believe that's the timeline. It wasn't long. It wasn't very long after Patricia, but it was 5 days. So I don't know. I think I guess my question is, if he was framed, if Garriman was framed, I'm sorry, if Teus was framed for this murder, who killed him? Is he, are they saying that they just decided to kill a journalist just to make Teus look bad? Like that was their motive for murder? Like, that's my question. Who actually did the murder? Now, they've tried to present evidence. The defense has tried to present evidence that Garriman was receiving threatening calls from extreme radical people, and they played some of the calls in court. But the state was able to tie those calls to sounds like they may be talking now. I'm going to go to Twex and see what's going on. I mean, because it looks like they might be talking. Looks like they might be presenting something. Yeah, okay, here we go.
Okay, the record reflects the hearing is taking place outside. Is there an issue?
Yes, there's a question as to what doors perhaps are open in reference to communications between Mr. Telles and Roberta. There's been a production made. We've had certain communications produced. We need to go through those. I think there's going to be a dispute as to what the scope, what's to be turned over, what's not. If there's been a privilege that's been previously asserted or not, if there's been any waiver. I think that's something we're not going to get done until after lunch. We're going through
Okay,
them.
but can we start and then that issue can,
I would prefer to know we can just lay it out pretty easily. Mr. Tellis got up here and it wanted all of the team's messages admitted into evidence. So that would be our request. There has been a production that we have, that the defense has, of team's messages. We provided those messages. Sounds like the defense's concern is maybe there's another production of team's messages because, I mean, the long and the short of it is some of the team's messages contains information that I think Mr. Tellis finds fairly damaging. And so he wanted them in, we agreed, fine, let's let them in. And now there's an issue of, well, I don't necessarily, I don't know that those are all of the messages. So what we're trying to nail down is the information, I mean, they have these have been produced, like I can see in our files, these have been produced. I don't exactly know what he is looking at. I know the nature of the emails, the nature of the team's messages that are the source of consternation for Mr. Tellis has nothing to do with an attorney-client privilege. It has nothing to do with, something that would be privileged to the public administration's office. It just deals with something else, so.
what's the privilege?
Again, too, it could go into we need to see what the privilege was previously asserted or not. It's the state's argument, and I understand their argument. They're saying that Mr. Tellis, by his request, opened the door. As we addressed yesterday, Mr. Tellis is testifying in a narrative sense. We put the court on notice. The court had allowed that to occur.
Sure.
My concern is we would like to pull up on the jabs or otherwise what specific request he had made. There may have been a misunderstanding on the part of the state what it was that he was asking to have admitted. We want the break to go through that because it's the scope of what his request was. Obviously, it wasn't in response to a question or request that I had made. It was asked by Mr. Tellis. But again, I'd like to see that on the video, which we'll be able to address over the lunch break, because I think it's concerning a scope of the production.
Well, what do you think it was, Mr. Draskowitz? I mean, because it appeared to me as though, just a minute, it appeared to me as though he was requesting the witness that came and testified and talked about that production that was about to happen, I don't know, like the first part of September. I mean, that appeared to be what he was asking the state to put on a disc and produce.
So what I was requesting to be produced is actually what was produced to me
Okay,
in support of what was going to produce to Mr. Gurman. And so any and all, messages of any personal nature in the review of the documents that I saw, and anything personal, like, talk about perhaps going to the mall or whatever, that was already removed by the time I viewed it. So when Mr. Hammer's coming here with these messages, that was pre-trimmed. So I believe he's going to say that, look, this is why Mr. Tejas decided he was going to be angry, but that's not true, because the version that I saw had already trimmed out all these personal messages. So it's misleading the jury about what Roberta
what's
testified
not
to.
being trimmed out? You
So
mean by the
basically,
county?
yeah, Clark County has a policy where they run it through various personnel, because their policy is to only produce business records,
Okay,
no matter what. They do not allow for the production in public records requests for messages of anything of a personal nature. And so, again, I believe it's in bad faith that Mr. Hamner is trying to show the original production and not what I personally saw. Because what I saw had nothing that referenced the mall or anything like that. And, and if Ms. Lee Kennett had any such concerns, she would have said the same thing. She would have said, well, yeah, I had a concern with this, but clearly she saw the same messages I did. We saw no concern because personal messages had already been stripped out. And now we're at the point where Mr. Hammer is trying to mislead the jury about what I saw.
And obviously this predates this gentleman being charged. This predates, we're not talking about production due to course.
it's the
Of
Freedom of
discovery in a
Information
criminal
Act
case.
request.
And this obviously predated this case. So we're talking about back when Mr. Tellis was at the public administrator's office,
Right.
what he was given, what he saw, and I think that goes to the very point. It's referring to what his knowledge was back in that time, and that's why we want to address the scope of what it is the state intends to produce.
Mr. Hamlin?
Our position is, we have these two messages. It's not about taking a walk Look, we'll call it out for what it is. I mean, it is, they are romantic messages between those two. Okay? I mean, that's the reality of it. That's what's in the team's messages. I have team's messages here that contain that. They may be right. Maybe there is another version of this, but the team's message that we have, that we've produced to them, contain this information. Mr. Telles got on the stand, and when he told his jury, he was like, oh, I looked at those team's messages, and like, I didn't have any issues with it. I'd like them all admitted. He did not put them together on a USB drive or anything, right? They did not come here and say, and here they are. They didn't produce them to us for us to review to see if there was any sort of discrepancy. I said, we have the team's messages, we can add them, and now they're reviewing. And that's fine, like if we want to get clarity on this, but clearly it changes the tenor of everything, right? And listen, if he looks at the jury and says, oh, you know, I was totally fine with those messages, and let's say they missed them. What if they read them and they missed a couple of instances where they were telling each other how they felt about each other? You know what I mean? Like, then that's a misstep on his part. Now, listen, if it wasn't produced and there's some county law that's out there that doesn't allow that, but if we think about what the FOIA request, which we actually have here from Mr. Garman, which has been admitted, which was, we want all teams messages to tell us, and all of his articles when raising her has to do with the inappropriate affair. It seems to me that absent, you know, some attorney-client for some applicable privilege, it is beyond me how that would somehow be pulled out.
And again,
Didn't the request ask for communication?
All
between those two?
communications. He wanted personal text messages. He wanted Teams messages. He wanted emails. And he said from January of 2022 till this request is filled. And these messages appear in February and March and roughly around there. I don't know it all off the top of my head. I mean, I have excerpts of them. I have a paper version of excerpts of them as well, if the court would like to look at it. But I don't have any objection with trying to get to the bottom of, you know, did DA Civil really claw back, you know, the romantic messages? You know, I don't have an issue with doing that, but we need time, and I don't want my cross to start without this clarity.
and again, as to the scope, there was testimony,
Oh,
I would submit that
man.
his testimony, his narrative testimony and that of Lee Kennett was similar in that in August of 2022, there wasn't an issue. Apparently both he had seen what was going to be turned over to Mr. Garman, and she did too, and there were no concerns. So my concern is what the state is attempting to present to the jury is outside of the scope of what my client's knowledge was at that point in time.
They both saw what was gonna be produced?
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is this. This guy got on the stand and said, I want every team's message admitted, but I haven't really compiled it. State, little help, here's the team's messages that we have. And now they have a problem with them. And again, I reiterate, I am okay with taking the time to try to delve in to see.
Okay, but how much? I mean, 30
I mean-
minutes? We can break till 1 o'clock?
I mean, I don't know if it lasts that long. I mean, my thought would be, can we take a lunch break? Because if it
Right,
takes
that's what
long,
I'm saying, it's 12:30?
Yeah.
Just take 30 more minutes till 1 o'clock,
that's fine, yeah, you're right.
1:15?
Sure.
We can
Okay.
attempt to. We can-
1:15. All right, we'll see you
All
guys at 1:15 then. But what, we brought lunch in already, so we'll set the
Okay.
jury now.
Okay, so let me try to explain to y'all what just happened there. Teus on the stand opened a door that now he wants to shut. And the state is saying, sorry, you opened the door. We are flinging it open. Yes, she's like, I want to get to lunch. It's lunchtime. Let's look. I'm going to look at Twitter and see what there's. I'm going to go to Twex. It's Twex time. Yeah, this person, stupid. Stupid little man. Stupid little man using court and county emails for his affair. So what they were saying is Robert Tejas says he likes to eat straw hats, but you don't eat one all at once. That's funny. Whatever. Okay. Seems to me Robert Tejas was more concerned about his affair being made public than the expose on his office. Yep, absolutely. Now, Robert Tejas is calling the shots, still thinking he's a lawyer. The last time I checked, he was suspended. Oh, yeah. Does this have sound?
No matter what, there's through various personnel, because their policy is to only produce business records.
Okay.
No matter what, there's through various personnel, because their policy is to only produce business records.
Okay.
Oh, right. So he's objecting to, so this is crazy. This is crazy. So he was like, I want to see all the emails, but he thought that all the emails would exclude his affair emails. Right? That they would exclude his affair emails, but now he's learning that they will include his affair emails. And sorry, but he asked for all evidence to be emails to be presented. And that's what you cannot make assumptions as a lawyer. You cannot make huge assumptions like that as a lawyer. You just can't. No. Robert Tejas, he wants to pick and choose what can be seen as exhibits. The gifts on here are hilarious. So there was somebody on here who is this person says he was a lowly strip mall probate attorney in a law firm he supposedly opened. I bet he was the only employee, receptionist, paralegal, and attorney all in one, probably. I want to watch this because this court TV person is explaining the narrative testimony process.
Cross-examination and direct examination. So why is Robert Telles rambling on? Why is he able to testify like that? We don't usually see that from a defendant. A cross-examination and direct examination, they're exams, they're questions and answers. And it's called testifying in the narrative. If we see an expert witness do that, where they try to ramble on and tell a story, the other side will object that they can't testify in a narrative. There has to be a question. One of the possibilities that could be happening here, and we've seen this in another case, the Joseph Zeiler case out of Florida, is that an attorney doesn't want to violate their own code of ethics, the model rules for attorneys, in asking a question of their client on the stand that they know the answer is a lie.
So we were talking about this earlier, and Patricia wrote that in the chat as well. So we were talking about what that conversation must have looked like when Tejas and his attorney were talking about, him testifying. And they probably did like a mock, like a test, like a run through, if they're responsible. And the attorney, as they're going through that, the attorney's like, yeah, no, the response from Tejas and what Tejas wanted to say and the things that the responses that Tejas wanted to give, the attorney was like, no, I'm not going to stand there and ask you questions that I know or allow you to present testimony that I know is perjurous, right? And if it's unclear whether the jury knows about that, whether the jury knows that a lawyer has an ethical duty not to knowingly allow a client to present false testimony. But if they do, that is really, really incriminating on him. That decision just to do a narrative testimony further discredits him, right? At least in my mind.
They don't want to do anything that's going to cause their client to commit perjury. So oftentimes, to protect not only their client in the face of the jury, but also to protect their own career, they will let the judge know, we can't ethically ask the questions, but we want to allow this defendant to say what they want to say on the stand in a narrative form. That's a possibility. We don't know because we are not at those sidebars to hear what's going on. Another thing could be that when a defendant is pro se and they call themselves to the stand, there's no one to ask them the questions. They're completely in control of what they want to share to the jury. It's almost like a closing argument, but they are entering evidence. We saw that in the Ty Tucker Treehouse murder trial on Court TV. So there's a possibility that Robert Tellis, who was a pro se defendant for a while before he eventually retained attorneys, he's an attorney himself. He may just want this time to say what he wants directly to this jury.
And he got that time. And I think it doomed him. I'm going to be honest. I think that it doomed him. And not only that, but the cross-examination is going to doom him, because when you submit yourself to testimony, you have to be cross-examined. Your statements have to be put to the test. They're not just going to take one side. Definitely not. This one says, this is ideal for Robert Tejas, acting like his DNA from the fingernails from the late Jeff Garman. This isn't his. DNA doesn't lie. It is from their bodies and fingerprints, such as saliva, blood, bile, semen, etc. DNA matching evidence defendant, I'll ignore that. So yeah, that's actually a really good point, actually, that we should touch on. He did not address. There's so many things. He was so wrapped up in trying to convince the jury that all these people were out to get him that he didn't explain several things that directly implicate him. And the DNA under the fingernails is a big one. Unless I'm missing something, he didn't go close to that. How did his DNA end up underneath Jeff Garman's fingernail? How? Well, I'll tell you how. At least this is my conjecture. Jeff Garman, a very popular, respected, and experienced and savvy investigative journalist who had been threatened many times, knew that if he scratched his assailant while he was being murdered, that their DNA would be under his fingernail. At least I can at least fantasize about that. Right? It's not totally unfeasible. Oh my gosh, look at this. Here's Robert Tejas making the 6'5" mark. Right, Rachel. Well, he said what he wanted to say, but then he also got stopped from saying all the things he wanted to say, which really he wasn't prepared for. Yeah. These are the types of questions that he's going to be asked. Where did you go on your walk? Why did you go on that walk at that time? When did you arrive at the gym? So they do actually have evidence of him checking in with his key card. This was presented yesterday, Patricia. A Planet Fitness employee testified with evidence that he checked in with his key card at 12:09 p.m. So They said that their gym lobby does have cameras showing people checking in, but by the time that evidence was requested of Planet Fitness, the footage was not there. Excuse me, it had been wiped over. Now remember, it was Teus's responsibility to get that footage, because he was representing himself. So he must have figured that out pretty late in the game and requested the footage pretty late. So there's just so many, he left so many extremely important questions unanswered. And that was his chance. That was his chance. And he's not going to be able to go anywhere and be like, well, they didn't treat me fair. Nope, they did. They treated you fairly. He's getting a fair trial, at least from what I can tell. So while we're waiting for them to come back, this one says Robert Teus during the break, his lawyer outside. And honestly, it looks like a younger version of his lawyer. It's Ben Affleck, but it does look like a younger Ben Affleck-y version of his lawyer. Oh my gosh. Robert Teus is stupid AF, rambles about his MF shoes. Did you all see how he walked in the video? Dude, it's you. You walked like that because you didn't have your girly plateaus. You walked in the sneakers. Your DNA was under his fingernails. Yeah, see, the people see this. Robert Teus attorney right now praying prosecution makes this quick so he can get to closing and be done with this fool. And we're back to where I already was. Yeah, and people are reacting to this. This stall is total BS, and I totally agree. This is a BS stall. But oh well. I guess it might be a great stall if we're going to be able to see actual messages between Teus and his mistress to show what an asshole he is. He was probably sending those messages while he was going out to commit a murder. But okay. So, switching gears a little bit. There are a couple things I wanted to show you. I already showed you that. I showed you the guy falling asleep. Well, yeah, is it this one? This one, yeah. This is crazy, you guys. This is absolutely nuts. This woman here in court got picked up. She is a psychologist who lured a teen to her hotel room, essayed her, and then basically sex trafficked her, and got caught doing it, and then behaved like a complete and utter idiot in her arraignment. This is supposed to be a psychologist, you guys. This is a psychologist who lured a teen to her room. Listen to how she speaks to the judge. This woman is whacked the F out. Watch this.
Freaking out, but you had no problem with the facts alleged in here, it's pretty awful. You're freaking out, but you had no problem. With the facts alleged in here, it's pretty awful. It's only probable cause. It's not the trial.
A psychologist breaks down in court as she hears the grave charges against her. Authorities in Florida accuse her of befriending a teenage girl at a hotel pool, only to allegedly take her to a hotel room to be assaulted. We're taking a closer look at her arrest affidavit and appearance in court.
I don't think I've ever seen a messier. Maybe I'll take that back. I've seen pretty messy mugshots, but that is among the most messy mugshots I've ever seen. Look at that redness. Oh my gosh. Who do you feel bad for? Do you feel bad for the defense attorney, Stacey? I do. I sort of feel bad for him. I mean, he is getting paid for this. But also, the other thing is that it's clear to me that he's allowing TELLES to run his defense, and it makes him look idiotic. But hopefully the payment is worth it. And then they've got nope, his wife hasn't been there that I could tell, Stacey. Yeah, isn't that weird? Isn't that a weird face, Teacup?
With trial attorney Jennifer Elkadi. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. 3 days that we want to say thank you. Before eventually convincing her to go to a hotel room where she was allegedly assaulted. Very, very serious allegations here. And Duarte appeared before Miami-Dade Judge Mindy Glazer to find out about bond and became visibly distraught during the hearing. You see, while the judge reads out the charges against her, Duarte repeatedly seems to try to interrupt, but she's muted.
Ms. Duarte is present. Duarte, you were arrested for 1 count of human trafficking, 1 count of lewd and lascivious exhibition on a child, 1 count of lewd and lascivious battery, and one count of interference with custody. So I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So I'm ordering that you stay away from the 15-year-old child whose initials are BP. No contact with that alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and any place of employment. Do you understand the stay away order?
Yeah, she was.
Go ahead.
See how she keeps trying to talk, like, clearly doesn't understand what's going on, because she doesn't get to just ramble. It's yes or no questions. Do you understand the stay order? It's a yes or no question. But she's like, yes, blah, 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 and then she keeps getting muted.
A chance to review the arrest affidavit. I think there's probable cause for everything.
And Duarte appears to start crying, putting her face in her hands, as she'll automatically have no bond.
Since count 1, human trafficking of a child, is considered a dangerous crime, it's no bond. You're going to have to wait until tomorrow to see a judge. That judge will set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detention.
She's like, what? I got no bond? Oh my God. You got caught luring a child.
Any further questions you can address with your public defender?
The other counts, Judge?
The other counts. Count 1 is no bond. Count 2 is a second-degree felony. It's $7,500. Count 3 is a second-degree felony, $7,500. And count 4, interference with custody, is $2,500. Good days, ma'am.
Yeah, you can see her getting very emotional there. And at this point, the judge tried.
Attorney, what's her name again?
Janet Valdez Darnell.
Janet Valdez Darnell.
She's not here. You want me to reset the case for tomorrow? Call your lawyer, tell her to go to court tomorrow, and you have the hearing before the division judge on the state's Miss Corey, if you're not her lawyer, why are you turning it off? She's saying she's a.
Judge, because she can't hear anything you're saying. If she's talking at the same time, she's gonna cut off everything and she needs to listen to what you're saying.
I can hear.
Ma'am, have you hired a private lawyer? Can you afford to hire a private lawyer?
Can I speak?
Can you afford to hire a private attorney?
She's my best friend. She would do it pro bono.
Okay, let her.
She's a gator.
You need a lawyer on
I'm a
this.
psychologist. I'm a PhD. I will lose my license and my life. I need help. I've never even touched that girl, kissed her.
The facts alleged in here are terrible facts. You're facing, was it a life felony for the it's a first degree felony, the human trafficking. You need an attorney. I'm appointing the public defender's office. If you want your friend to come on pro bono, she can at a later date. You'll see your judge tomorrow. You're freaking out, but you had no problem with the facts.
She is totally freaking out. Freaking out. So
alleged in here, it's pretty awful. It's only probable cause. It's not the trial.
Yeah, this is not the time to.
I mean, I just love it when people get caught doing horrible things and then they become the victims of the court process. I mean, come on. All right. Here's another thing. We were talking about this morning about how Bullhorn Betty has now been is now the subject of 3 different protection orders against her in Tennessee by Sebastian Rogers' parents, his mother and father, stepfather, and another party that is tied to the maternal side of the family, the Bauer Sox. Okay. So this is for things that she did while in Tennessee and on her channel. I want you to see her very Tejas, like this is like the nasty version of Tejas. She's denying everything. She lies about the entire court process, and she just gets more nasty. Well, Patricia, there were 4 temporary protection orders put on her. Okay. 3 of them were granted today. The 4th one goes to hearing in about a week. So the 4th one, the 4th temporary protection order was just issued a few days ago. So that 4th protection order hasn't been made permanent yet, or, it isn't a full-on protection order yet. So here's her reaction to this morning's events. Now, she didn't even go to the hearing. She didn't zoom into the hearing. She didn't appear. She didn't appear at the hearing. Okay. And this is what she says.
It started peeling, and the blister peeled on top of a blister. I hope everybody's doing well. I'm not going to be here very long, just for a few minutes while my breakfast is getting prepared. Many people are talking about this whole court thing. I just want to say I cannot fix the stupidity of the ignorance and the content creators that willfully violate the law, like trying to play the court proceeding unlawfully and illegally on their channel.
So I was watching this morning Queen Bee's channel. I was pretty much lurking. She didn't play the court proceedings. She listened in and reported on it. So there's a distinction there. It's okay to listen in on court proceedings if the court allows you, grants you access to the court proceeding. That is how it works.
Somebody showed up in court today and told people, listen, it's going to be extended until I'm properly served. And my attorney has already filed.
No. So here's the issue. She's saying she wasn't properly served, but the court docket clearly shows that she was served. Yeah, she does look broken. She looks like she's been run over. I mean, she looks broken. Yeah, broken is a good way to put it. But she's here saying, up until just very recently, just like Tejas, she's been representing herself, even in her case against Queen Bee, because she's in a lawsuit against Queen Bee. Okay. So she now claims that she has hired a lawyer. He has filed paperwork, and all of this is going to be extended, and she's going to take legal action against the Proudfoots and the Bower Sox for doing this to her. Right? No. That isn't how it works. The protection orders were granted because she wasn't there. She did not come to represent herself. Okay. So they were granted. She now has 3 protection orders on her. She can appeal within 30 days or something like that. She can appeal, but no, you don't have to wait on a protection order process. Okay. You don't have to wait to get served in order for an action to go through or to be represented. It was her job to show up, and she didn't. So it got granted. Okay.
In the court action. I've told you guys before, I have hired an attorney. I plan on going after the Proud.
The court docket represents that she is pro se. She is not represented by an attorney. So that is also false information. So in my opinion, she's grifting. She already set up a fund, like a lawyer fund, to defend herself or something, to get a lawyer. And she's been collecting money through that, but shows no evidence that she actually has a lawyer, because on the docket where in Tennessee, where this was granted, she's shown as pro se. If she actually was represented by a lawyer in this matter, they would have submitted an order of appearance or a notice of appearance. That hasn't been done. So, and a lot of these idiotic, litigious YouTubers believe that they can hire one lawyer and they will represent all of your legal matters. That is not necessarily the case. Usually, when you retain a lawyer, they're going to represent you on a specific matter. Okay? They're not going to just represent you, Bullhorn Betty, as a person. They're going to represent the matters that you pay them to represent them for. And also, you have to have different, she's involved in legal action in at least 2 or 3 different states now. One is in Illinois, a civil lawsuit, and another is these protection order matters in Tennessee. So anyway,
Foots and Bower Sox legally over this. There's not a whole lot that I can.
Solo, that's fine that he might have an alibi, but I cannot get behind the way he talks about the other parents on YouTube. I can't get behind that. That is absolutely disgusting to me, the way he talks about Sebastian's mom. And I don't know whether Sebastian's mom has done any of the things that, it has done anything to cause this disappearance. But what Seth is doing is trying to implicate her in some of the most disgusting ways. And I don't think that's right. So, that may be true, but the idea, like basically what I see here is what the things he said about Sebastian, the things that Bullhorn Betty has said about Sebastian are beyond ignorant and disgusting. And that he would team up with this woman. I can't get behind that. But I'm not going to drag him or incriminate him or believe that he had anything to do with it, right? I'm just so incredibly saddened by the way this case has played out on YouTube. I'm looking to see if there's anything going on in the courtroom. There is not. And that's not that. I promise you, Solo, that's nothing against you. I just don't, I can't get behind the way he talks about his child and the other parent in this issue.
Can say as far as I can't fix stupid. But this is why you don't go to felons for your legal crime news, because they don't know what they're doing. They don't know anything about it. If they knew anything about the law, they probably wouldn't be felons.
Now, when she talks about felons, she's talking about Queen Bee, who, openly admits that she's a felon. Bullhorn Betty also has multiple criminal charges on her record. So this is the type of stuff that just drives me crazy. Okay. She is one of the most prolific projectors. She could project the entire Earth with her projection. It's uncanny, because she gets on here and talks about how all these other felons and criminals and animals, when she has a criminal record that reflects all of the things that she's dragging all these other people for.
I'm just saying, okay, you don't go to idiots for information. Once again, we have an attorney, okay? We have a lawful legal attorney that's handling this matter on my behalf. No, I'm not going to be going to court. They're not going to see Bullhorn Betty's beautiful face inside that courtroom. The only time they're going to find my beautiful face inside that courtroom is when I'm going to testify on on behalf of myself.
See, and that is just a defiance of the process and a defiance of authority. She is one of the most litigious people out here. But when she gets litigious and when she files lawsuits and all that stuff, she only wants to play by her rules. But when you enter a game and there's two sides, in order to win, you have to play by the rules that are set up by that game. And in this situation, it's not a game, it's a court. You have to go by the court rules. So you can't just avoid and go, I'm going to go in and tell my story and everybody will be convinced. That is Robert Tejas-like thinking, okay?
At the direction of my attorney. Again, we have an attorney for this matter, 100%. And after this case is said and done, I will be going after the Proudfoots and the Bowersox for damages for them willfully lying under oath. You can clearly.
So now she's talking about turning around and suing a missing child's family. It's just so sad. It's so sad. So you get the gist of it. Now there's actually something positive I want to show you that I found recently. Something that I was pleasantly surprised by, okay? And I hate the way the way TikTok operates, but I do want to show this to you. There is an actual creator on TikTok, and it's called the Good News Girl. And she only posts good news. Man. And she has a lot of followers too. She only posts good news. So here are some samples of the good news that she posts.
Iceland have been scooping up baby puffins and tossing them off cliffs and shorelines for the last month or so. These people are on puffling patrol, and by throwing the baby puffins, they're actually saving them. During puffling season in late summer, baby puffins make their way out to the ocean, where they'll spend the next few years before coming back to land to mate. To find the ocean, they use the light of the moon as a guide, but sometimes the city lights confuse them and they make their way into town instead. When this happens, it's unlikely that they'll end up finding their way to the ocean, and their chances of survival at that point without any help are pretty low. So throughout puffling season, people will go on puffling patrol and search the town after dark for any pufflings who have lost their way. They keep the puffins safe in cardboard boxes overnight and then take them to wildlife experts, where they get a health exam and then get a green light to be released. Once they're ready to go, it's time to bring the baby puffins to a beach or a cliff and toss them into the ocean so they'll be set back on course. And the puffling patrol tradition isn't just great for the puffins. It also brings the community of the Westman Islands together every year, uniting people over a good cause. I'm Jen, and I post something positive every day. The orange cat, who was accepted by a herd of capybaras at a Malaysian zoo, has received his own official signage and is now an official resident of the capybara habitat at Zoo Negara. The cat's name is Oyen, and it's believed he lost his mother as a kitten, but he found his family in the capybara habitat, and he seems to think of himself as just another capybara. And the capybaras are just as comfortable with Oyen, happily welcoming him into the herd. He's been seen within the habitat for the past several years, and over time he's become so popular that some people visit the zoo specifically to try to catch a glimpse of him. Because he's such a beloved resident of the zoo, and he's made clear that he intends to stay with his capybara friends, he finally received his official signage in front of the habitat last month. Now, the capybara habitat is officially Oyen's home. Zoo staff has indicated that Oyen and the capybaras are happy and healthy with no signs of distress, so they're happy to let the friendship continue. And while Oyen has been spotted snacking on some leafy greens with his friends, he is fed his own cat-friendly diet by the zoo. I'm Jen, and I post something positive. This man has become friends with a fish in a Wisconsin lake, and they meet up often to catch up and hang out. Scuba diver Rex Calubra met his friend Elvis, a smallmouth bass, during a freshwater dive in 2021. And since then, the friendship has blossomed so much that Rex even manages a TikTok for Elvis. During that first dive in 2021, Rex noticed that Elvis was sticking closer to him than most, displaying an unusual lack of fear. A couple weeks later, Rex returned to the lake, and Elvis swam right up to him to greet him. Rex fed him some crawfish and says that now Elvis is completely obsessed with him. Elvis is recognizable not only by his uniquely friendly behavior, but also by a scar on his face, most likely from a catch and release encounter with a fisherman. During his second dive with his fish friend, Rex taught Elvis a special call, which he says is something like a gulping grunt. And now when he hears the grunt, Elvis swims up and tags along for each dive, for a total of 13 dives together over the past 2 years. And Elvis is even a little bit protective of his friend, warding off other fish if they get too close to Rex.
So you get the picture. I just wanted to show you that there's actually, and Teacup is saying that there's something called the Dodo Daily. She actually has a YouTube channel too, Stacy. Let me look for it. But she has more followers on TikTok and she posts more often on TikTok. Let me see if I can find it. And I think, yep, here it is. She has about 544,000 subscribers. So it's all animal content. That's cool. I mean, that is warm and fuzzy. And, you know, I don't really use TikTok too. At times I've been able to watch TikTok without an account. So I don't think you have to watch TikTok with an account, but I'm not, don't quote me on that. So they're going to be back any moment. Let's review a little bit more. This is a video we were starting to watch the other day about how former clients of Robert Tejas had been talking about him. Now we're kind of moving our way back into Tejas, the Tejas case. So we had started watching this video the other day, and honestly, I was trying to get to the part where they bring on the person to talk about, talk about what he was like as a lawyer. And I think we're getting to that point.
Quote, I am relieved and grateful for this decision, and I believe others in the department are as well. Those of us in this office will continue to move forward in the best way possible to serve our community, which is what I feel Jeff would expect from us, end quote. And Janelle Leah, who has worked in the office since 2020, also wrote, finally, and a little relief. 13 Investigates spoke with Janelle last week following the arrest of TELLES.
And our team coverage of Robert TELLES continues tonight with 13 Chief Investigator Darcy Spears.
As Darcy continues to dig into the disgraced public official's history, 13 Investigates uncovered TELLES' involvement in an already corrupt system that exploited some of Nevada's most vulnerable citizens.
That corrupt system is the world of adult guardianship in Clark County, a system we investigated for several years starting in 2015. Guardianship is when a court assigns someone to take care of another person who's deemed unable to make critical health and financial decisions. Guardians can be family members or private professional guardians who are assigned hundreds of cases every year. They're supposed to protect the vulnerable wards, but we reported dozens of cases where those vulnerable people were isolated from loved ones while their homes were sold and bank accounts drained.
It was like going from the frying pan to the fire.
That's how Elizabeth Indig describes her experience with an attorney who just received his law license. That lawyer was Robert TELLES, a man who years later would be accused of murdering journalist Jeff Gehrman.
I'm so freaked out from this whole thing.
Indig's mother, also named Elizabeth, was caught up in what she calls an unnecessary guardianship. Mrs. Indig lost her home and everything in it. Furniture, a lifetime of collectibles, even the clothes in her closets, all at the hands of private for-profit guardian April Parks. Parks was appointed by Clark County Family Court to protect Mrs. Indig. A judge later found Parks committed fraud. After 13 Investigates reported extensively about Parks's pervasive mishandling of cases and double billing her clients, she was convicted of multiple felonies, including elder exploitation, theft, and perjury. Parks is currently serving a 16-year prison sentence. Leading up to that, as law enforcement was closing in on Parks and an indictment loomed, the Guardian abandoned dozens of clients and abruptly moved out of state. Mrs. Indig was one of the clients Parks left behind, forcing Elizabeth to navigate a broken system.
While I was still battling April Parks, I was acting pro se as my own attorney for a long, long time.
Legal Aid Center of Southern Nevada assisted dozens of Parks's abandoned clients, assigning lawyers who took cases pro bono. Robert TELLES was one of those attorneys.
Rob TELLES first appeared on that case in January of 2016. And by that time, April Parks had fled the state. She was back in Philadelphia.
Rick Black formed the organization Center for Estate Administration Reform, or CEAR, in 2018 after seeing what happened to his father-in-law in a Clark County guardianship case. Black says he's not surprised by Elizabeth's first impression of TELLES.
He was smarmy and disingenuous as a person, and then he was incompetent and lazy as an attorney.
Fresh out of law school and starting his own probate practice, TELLES was given Elizabeth Indig as his first guardianship case.
I was trying to tell facts to him, like regarding the price of our house that was stolen and how it fluctuates. He couldn't even grasp simple things, or he didn't want to. It was weird. It's like he took the case pro bono just to get out there and get famous.
At one point in Mrs. Indig's case, Judge.
Well, that, of course, it's her word against his in this situation, right? But not surprising based on the behavior we've seen in court and up till now. Just because he says he's a good person and he says he's a honest person doesn't mean he's in fact a good, honest person.
Judge Nancy Alf ordered Parks to pay the family $155,000, but Elizabeth says TELLES failed to make that happen. Black's group SEER has analyzed thousands of guardianship cases across the country, including TELLES's work for the Indig family.
He never filed a petition, never took any action against Parks to fulfill the $155,000 judgment, which was all to go to the benefit of his client, daughter Elizabeth Indig. So from start to finish, our interface with, on this and other cases with Mr. Tejas was, he's in it to self-promote and he's in it to line his pockets, not necessarily satisfy a client.
He didn't care at all about my mom or me.
Concerned that TELLES was botching the case, Indig approached him at the courthouse, telling him despite working at no charge, he needed to do better. And when she confronted him about misconduct allegations she'd learned of when he was in law school, she says his reaction was terrifying.
Like he wanted to kill me. If looks could kill, I would have died that day.
Another attorney had told her about TELLES's reputation at UNLV's Boyd School of Law. As 13 Action News reported, TELLES was accused of inappropriate behavior at a party where he was intoxicated and allegedly placed his hand on a inner thigh.
Well, that's a new one to me. That's a new allegation to me. I hadn't heard that one. I heard about he and his wife in a DV incident in 2020, but I hadn't heard about this. Interesting. Let me go back on that again. I want to hear this again. And they were supposed to be back by now. The court clock said that they were going to be back at 1:15 their time, and it's past 1:15 and they're not back. So I'm keeping watch on that, just letting you know.
Action News reported TELLES was accused of inappropriate behavior at a party where he was intoxicated and allegedly placed his hand on a female student's inner thigh.
We were in the courthouse, thank God for me. But he just got this look of hate on his face and he clenched his fists and he looked either direction like he was almost going to strike me right there in the middle of the courthouse. And I backed down after that because that was the real Rob Telles.
So, of course, this is really hearsay, right? Like, we don't know for a fact that these things happen, and she's coming in after the fact saying all these things, but it seems like it would be consistent with his behavior and reactions, right?
When Elizabeth lost her mother in 2018,
didn't even return my call when I left a message that she died. He's heartless.
4 years later, she was heartbroken to hear the news of Jeff Gehrman's death. When TELLES was charged with murder,
it was no surprise to me because that's why I backed off, because I saw there was a rage in there and I didn't want anything to do with that.
Rick Black says this little-known area of law, guardianship, probate, conservatorship, often has the least amount of oversight. And with $2 trillion passing from one generation to another every year, it draws nefarious professionals like bears to honey, he says. He's seen the exploitation so often, they've coined the phrase estate trafficking. We've got a link to the SEER website where you can find tips on how to protect yourself and loved ones from guardianship corruption. Darcy.
Well, that's a new term, estate trafficking. And that's basically what he was accusing Compass Realty of doing, right? Is estate trafficking. But he's also being accused of estate trafficking. It's just a mess. So while we're waiting for them to come back into court, I want to remind you all, I've scheduled a couple of live streams on my new channel. This is what the new channel looks like. Okay. I've scheduled a couple live streams. I keep moving them, you know, based on the schedule on this channel and other things. But one is about Wade Wilson and the other is about Scott Peterson. And the one about Scott Peterson, I'm kind of pumped for, because originally I was just going to kind of go through the things like his behavior and talk about how, you know, would a innocent man do these things? But then I watched the Peacock documentary yesterday. Okay. I watched most of it. I haven't got all the way through it, but I started watching it. And I changed my direction. And now I'm going to do, you know, this is the thumbnail for it. Okay. Does this interview help Scott Peterson? It's not going to be picking through the facts of the case. It's going to be just going through. I've meticulously taken audio clips from the documentary itself, and I'm going to play the audio clips from his interview. So this is the first time that he actually himself has done an interview for the cameras. And I wanted to review it from a, you know, PR expert perspective. If, you know, like if this guy was my client, a PR client, would I have been happy with, or would I have felt that this interview helped him and his case? And I do have some pretty strong opinions about this. You might be surprised about them. And I'm also learning a lot about the case. I've now watched both. I watched the Netflix documentary, which is more on it's like the prosecution's side of the story. The Peacock documentary is Scott's and his family's side of the story. And there's a lot of consistency. And then they're basically bouncing back and forth and reacting to each other's claims, right? And I found his interview to be fascinating, absolutely fascinating from a behavioral perspective, from a guy who is at one time was literally sitting on death row for the murder of his wife and unborn child, but that death penalty was reversed because of some jury mismanagement or mishandling. So, and I will tell you that based on watching the two different documentaries, I am okay with him potentially getting a new trial. I'm okay with it because I want the truth to come out. I want to see what the different sides are able to prove now after all this time. I want to see it. And, you know, justice does need to be served. And I want, you know, but I do think that, in my opinion, these documentaries probably just didn't help him. They basically just solidified people's opinions further than they already probably were. Does that make sense to you? That I don't think these documentaries changed their opinions about him, change people's opinions about him. In fact, I think this documentary probably worsens the public opinion about him, but may give rise to a thought that, yeah, he should get a new trial. And I want to see an explanation for certain things. Evil Queen, you actually don't have to watch the Peacock one. I'm going to play the audio clips from his interview and we're going to talk about it on my other channel. So please do, if you haven't subscribed on my other channel yet, please do subscribe. I'm trying to build that channel up so that we can start to consolidate everything over there. And I'll probably start carrying trials over there because it's a little, right now I essentially have 4 channels on YouTube and it's just too disjointed. I have Checkmate, which I'm rarely.
Yes. So it sounds as if the FOIA request, that production based on their policies claws back personal information. I don't know if they've been able to acquire that information through the process of this investigation. You know, the state has all of the messages, which has been produced to the bench. They have that as well. So we understand why there can't be a joint stipulation to those messages. But certainly, you know, this issue will be inquired into cross based off of this testimony. If I had no issue, you know, I'll be inquiring based on the policy that he was aware of. So that'll be happening. Whether they want to admit Teams messages that are just limited only to business information, that's up to them. But we don't have a way to efficiently produce that to them.
So we don't have a stipulation.
We don't have a stipulation, but in discussing this with the state and with Mr. Tellis, we are just going to leave his testimony as it stands, and will not be seeking to admit. There'd been an argument that he'd open the door, but that's set aside. He is not going to be seeking to admit the information that was provided to him at that time. Is that fair?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so the state's ready.
There's also that, the thing that you said would be produced and admitted later, if we got that to K3.
No, that's the thing.
Oh, that is what it is?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, that's.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
It's marked as K3 for the record, but obviously we just won't admit it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bring them in. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Tellis, you can take the stand. Sorry about that. Thank you. Yeah, you can.
All rise for entering jury, please.
Hey, Chopper, you're probably here for the best part. He's getting cross-examined now.
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Sir.
And it's Mr. Tejas, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to start first with see if we can agree on a couple of things, okay? I was listening to your testimony. I'm going to publish States 311. I was listening to your testimony, and if I heard you correctly, many times during your direct you stated that this is the killer of Mr. Gammon, correct?
I didn't necessarily, but I'm sure it is.
I mean, if I heard you correctly, you kept saying, you know, looking at the killer, this guy. I know you're not saying that's me, but you don't doubt that whoever that is killed Mr. Gehrman. That would be fair, right?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned one of the things that struck you was the autopsy. You saw the autopsy photos and you were struck by the violence of it, correct?
No, sir.
No, you did not. Were you bothered by the photographs?
I was.
Why is that?
Gruesome. I'm not used to seeing dead people.
Okay. I think you said it was ugly.
Wait,
Is that
what?
correct?
I may have.
All right. And you had told this jury that you felt like it looked like someone who knew what they were doing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You believe this was a professional hit?
And that's what I believe.
Okay. And you believe this killer is kind of almost like someone hired to do this job, like an assassin, essentially, right?
That is what I believe, yes, sir.
All right. Now I want to take a look at this picture for a second. The assassin seems to be wearing a giant sun hat. It's a pretty big hat, right?
Yes, sir.
It's fairly noticeable, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
You think that might attract attention?
I would think so.
Okay, but this is a professional.
Right.
All right. And this professional is also wearing a bright orange shirt, correct?
Yes, sir.
Professional?
Yes, sir.
But wouldn't that attract attention?
I think that's part of the reason, actually. If I could elaborate.
No. You believe that professional assassins want to draw attention to themselves when they're carrying out murder. That's your testimony?
When they're framing someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes. You believe professional assassins like to draw attention to themselves.
It depends on what the nature of their goal is, and if it's to frame someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Your professional assassin is wearing a big saddlebag, right?
It's a big bag.
Right. He's wearing Nikes, correct?
Correct.
Not generic shoes, Nikes, isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Gray Nikes, is that right?
Correct.
All right. Let's cue over to the overhead, if we could, or to the computer, if we could. All right. I'm playing the PIO video from Exhibit 338. So this is your assassin walking in the middle of the day, correct?
My assassin?
All right, this is the assassin, the killer, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Seems to have a little bit of a hitch in his getup.
Yes. I don't know. I guess it's an opinion.
And you don't disagree that's from, you've seen all the footage, that's the killer's car, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a maroon Denali, am I right?
Yes, sir.
You own a maroon Denali, isn't that correct?
I do, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me at least let's look at it for a second. So there's no doubt that the killer took a maroon Yukon Denali to Gehrman's house to perform, as you have explained to us, to be some sort of professional hit.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. So I'd like to publish the PowerPoint if we could. It's still from Exhibit 338, Your Honor. But it is the PowerPoint video. And I want to turn our attention to slide number 72. This is after Mr. Gehrman has been killed, but if we watch this footage, isn't it true that we see the killer come back to the scene?
Yes.
And the killer seems to be looking around as if he forgot something, right?
I've watched the video. I don't know what he's doing.
We don't know.
Right.
But we know a professional killer killed someone in broad daylight, made it a point to park on a completely different street, but then for some reason decided, oops, I forgot something, and drove all the way back.
My belief is that he wanted to make sure to commit the crime, and then when he was done, he wanted to make sure the SUV was seen in front of the house.
So let me get this straight. We've watched the footage, right, Mr. Tellis?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that the Yukon parks on Wintergreen initially?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the streets, but I mean, if you say so, yes.
We'll put it to you this way. He didn't park on Bronze Circle, did he?
Not initially, no.
And by your logic, if the killer wanted to be seen, shouldn't he have just parked on Bronze Circle originally?
Well, I would have thought that, if he wanted to make sure he got the job done first, that he would not have actually parked the SUV in front to begin with.
Oh, so
That's my belief, because,
okay.
again, that isn't me.
So you have a killer who goes all the way out of his way to park on a completely different street, walks the whole length, does the killing, drives out of the complex, and then makes a U-turn, comes all the way back into the complex, pulls up, gets out, looks around for something, and you believe that's all part of the assassin's plan?
And again, I don't know what he's doing in that video.
No, I'm just using your words,
no,
your thought process.
absolutely.
You believe that was all part of the plan?
I do. It wasn't me, so.
Sir, doesn't that look a little amateurish?
I would like to think that I wouldn't use my own car if I was actually the person who did this.
Well, doesn't it look a little amateurish to take the steps to park on the side of the street, then you forget what you dropped, probably your murder weapon, who knows, wear this goofy sun hat, a bright orange shirt. I mean, if you really think that looks like a professional killer?
I do. Again,
Okay.
It wasn't me, so
Okay.
yes.
All right, sir. And when you looked at the car, you thought, gosh, that looks just like my vehicle, right?
Except for the rims, yes, sir.
Sure, we'll get to the rims in a second. In fact, let's talk about that right now.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to slide 41. One second. Slide 40. All right. So you see that picture right here of the rims?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, do you see, if we're talking like clock positions, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, you know what I'm talking about? If I'm referring to that?
The 12 o'clock is north.
Yes. So 12 o'clock is
Or up.
totally to the top, and then you've got 6 o'clock is to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So look at this bottom right-hand picture. Isn't it true that when you look at the front wheel, the spokes on this wheel are not all the same size, correct?
Right.
They alternate in thickness,
Correct. Correct.
At the 12 o'clock position, it's a narrow spoke, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the next two on either side of it widen out. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And in the 6 o'clock position, that's a fat, wide spoke. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's surrounded by two narrow spokes. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it totals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different spokes. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, whenever you look at one spoke, let's say the 12 o'clock position, when you look at the opposite position, it's the thicker one, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if you look at a smaller one, if you look the opposite direction, it's going to be thicker, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that, when we look at the picture of this widened spoke on the killer's car, you see that on this wheel on the front, and you see it on the back wheel. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Publishing 322. We could cue over. That's your car, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
There's no doubt about it, is it?
No, I don't believe so.
That is the car that you don't normally drive. Isn't that right? Because you drive a BMW.
Right. I drive it occasionally to make sure that the battery doesn't die.
Right. Let's look at your wheels. Because your testimony was, my rims are different. Let's look, no, sir, question pending. Let's look at the front tire. You see the front tire?
Yes, sir.
The one closest to the 12 o'clock position is thick, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
The one directly opposite that, closest to the 6 o'clock position, is narrow, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Just like the car in the video, isn't that correct?
It has the same type of rims, yes.
It does, but that's not what you just told that jury on direct examination. You said you looked at a tweet from General Bob Custer and you felt, oh gosh, my rim.
Yes,
You
because
relied on some person in the Twitterverse to give you peace of mind about whether or not your car matches the killer's car.
yes,
So now looking at your rims, because let's look at them. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spokes on that wheel, correct?
yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car.
Similar to the killer's car, yes,
Not
sir.
similar, exactly like it, correct?
But they're not the same rims.
Sir, then let's take it this way. The 12 o'clock position is a fat, wide spoke, correct?
Yes, sir.
The 6 o'clock position is arrow, correct?
Yes,
When we look at the photograph of the killer's car, it had that same pattern, isn't that right?
yes, sir.
And when we look at the other rims, let's say we're looking at a rim here in about the 1 o'clock position, it's narrow, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we look at the opposite, it thickens, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car in the video, right?
Again, similar to the killer's car.
Right. And it's the same way on all of your wheels, isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, if we could cue back over to the PowerPoint presentation. Let's look at these windows. Bottom right-hand corner, sir. The front windows are not tinted, are they?
No, sir.
But the back ones are, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's cue over to your car. Your front windows are not tinted, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And your back ones are, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Coincidence?
I don't think so. I think the killer got a car like mine.
Okay. So you would agree?
Oh my God.
Your car looks exactly like the killer's car.
No, sir.
No, it doesn't?
There's a difference with that paint on the lower left-hand side that Mr. Maga testified about.
Okay. Let's talk about other similarities. We've seen footage from the video with the visor down, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I could pull up the slide, but we don't need to because you remember seeing it on the survey, on the videos, right? From the
Right.
PowerPoint?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, publishing 317. And look at that. Your visor's down, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're suggesting that your professional hitman in the funny hat knew about your visor as well?
I'm saying that Mr. Mogg pulled my visor down.
Ah, but you didn't see that, did you, sir?
I didn't see him do it, but
Right. You didn't see it with your own 2 eyes, correct?
that is correct.
You're just telling it out of whole cloth, correct? You're speculating. Isn't that right?
I'm speculating just to the extent of who exactly did it, but sure.
Right. You don't even know who it was, correct?
It could have been another officer, yes.
Okay. So now it's not just Officer Mogg that's part of this conspiracy. There's other officers too. How many officers were part of this conspiracy?
I don't know.
Well, please tell me. How many do you think are involved?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
So you have no idea, but you think it might be Mogg and another officer, but you just can't come up with a number,
Well,
correct?
Mr. Mogg actually made some false representations about what happened. So yes.
Okay.
I mean, so
Sir,
I don't know what his motivation would be otherwise.
Sir, isn't it possible that in your rush to drive back home, you just didn't even realize that the down visor might even be something of significance? Isn't that possible?
No, sir.
No. So you believe that it must have been the police, but you never witnessed anything like that happen?
I just
Correct?
know that I did not commit the murder, so that could not have been
Okay.
my
I
car or my
understand you're
visor.
not taking responsibility, sir, but just to get back to my question, you never saw anyone manipulate your car, correct?
I never saw anyone firsthand, no.
Thank you. But the visor is down, just like the killer.
And
Correct.
anyone could have removed it at any point in time,
The
sir.
answer to my question is yes. The visor is down, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
Anyone could have moved it at any point.
So the answer to my question is yes.
At
The
what-
visor is down, just like the killer's car.
You're talking about, obviously, at this point in time.
Your visor is down in your Yukon.
See how he
just
won't just
like
say
the
yes?
killer's Yukon, correct?
And again, without knowing who did it, yes.
Thank you.
Look at his body language.
You were here yesterday and you talked for approximately 2 hours. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then you came here this morning and you talked for another hour or so, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's one thing I didn't hear you mention. The DNA. I'd like to talk about that with you.
Boom.
You're not disputing that your DNA is underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails, are you?
Yes, I am.
Okay. But you've heard the testimony. It's there, correct?
I don't know if it was there or at what point it might have gotten there, sir.
Okay. I'm not asking you how it got there. Are you really denying that your DNA is underneath the fingernails?
Without knowing the truth, yes, I am.
Okay. Well, you've heard witnesses testify.
Right.
So the DNA lab's in on it too?
I don't know. I don't know at what point. I don't know what point the sample was collected.
Sir, please tell this jury, how in the world does your DNA get underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails?
I don't know because I did not kill Mr. German.
You have no idea how it could have gotten underneath your fingernails, correct?
Under my fingernails?
I'm sorry, under his fingernails, correct?
I don't know that it ever was, sir.
All right. Let's do it another way. You and Mr. Gehrman are not friends, are you?
No.
Okay. You don't hang out with him ever?
Sir, I did not ever hang out with Mr. German when he was alive.
My question is yes. You didn't hang out with him ever, correct?
I did not.
He's never invited you over to his house.
No, sir.
You've never hung out, had drinks at a bar, correct?
No, sir.
There would be really no opportunity for him ever to put his hands on you in any sort of social situation, correct?
Correct, sir.
And yet, these two people who are not friends, your DNA just happens to be underneath his fingernails, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You just don't think.
But it is.
It was legitimately placed there, correct?
That
Or are you just ignoring the testimony of all of the witnesses that talked about how your DNA was underneath the fingernails?
Again, at some point or another, I believe it was planted because I did not kill Mr. German. So,
Right. And by that logic, if you believe it was planted, you were at least admitting, yes, my DNA is underneath his fingernails, correct? Can you at least agree with me on that?
whether it came from a sample of the fingernails or a different sample altogether, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, sir.
The answer to my question is yes. You've at least acknowledging my
No, sir.
physical DNA is underneath the fingernails.
No, sir.
Okay, great. So you're just going to disregard what all the other DNA witnesses said about this, correct?
And,
Okay, that's fair. That's fine. Totally fine.
There's a smirker in the gallery
Let's,
back there.
Oh, well, I still want to touch on this.
Look at the
You would
smirker.
agree that if I came up to you and I scratched your face or scratched your chest, there's a possibility I could get skin cells underneath my fingernails, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree that if someone was trying to fight for their life and were scratching at the killer, they could potentially get DNA from the killer underneath their fingernails. That's a possibility, right?
Is that speculation or is that?
No, I'm just asking you if it's a possibility.
I would imagine so.
Okay. Let's talk about your house for a second. When they went over to your house, they took a look
Is he
underneath
gonna start
your
crying
couch.
again when he sees his house?
24. That's your couch, right?
That is my couch.
And underneath your couch is a shoe and a chopped up shoe, right?
Right.
Okay. That's the gray Nike, correct?
Pure so, yes, sir.
Publishing 228. That's what it looks like, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's gray in color, correct?
Yes.
It is a Nike brand, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has a black swoosh, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has 4 horizontal or at least vertical bars in the middle of that shoe, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me. That's the shoe that the killer was wearing, correct?
I don't know that that's the case.
You don't know. Well, it sure looks a heck of a lot like it, right?
Yes, it could be the same model, but it could be a different size.
Sure. Let's just look at it.
Mhm.
I mean,
I don't disagree that it's the same model.
right. It's the exact same type of shoe, right?
Rachel, how could that happen?
So we're not in dispute about that. We can agree on that, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
And your DNA is in those shoes that are found in your house, correct?
I don't know that to be the case.
Okay, but that's the whole thing of like, it's a setup and I think the DNA people are framing me, something along those lines, right?
Whether it's them or someone else.
You've
sure.
heard the results. The results say that your DNA is in that shoe. I mean, we did hear that, correct?
That is what we heard.
Okay, and you just think it's just another part of the conspiracy to somehow get your DNA into those shoes?
So I believe that there are officers who, when they think that a fellow officer needs help plugging holes in the case, that they're willing to do what they have to.
Okay, all right. You characterize this case as a case that has holes?
I think that Detective Jappy decided he wanted me for this, and everybody decided to assist him because they thought,
Jappy's a part of it now too.
oh, he's always been.
We've got the DNA lab, we've got Jappy, we've got Mog. We haven't even touched Compass yet. We will, we'll get there because they're part of it too, correct?
So they paid Detective Jappy, yes.
Okay, great. Well, we're gonna get to all that in a second.
Of course, absolutely, sir.
So here's the thing. Are the shoes underneath the sofa of your house, are those actually your shoes?
That I don't know for sure. I do have similar ones, but again, I have not,
Oh, you similar.
Hi, Sparkles.
Publishing 360.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same shoe, isn't it?
It is potentially the same shoe as the one, yes.
Oh, sir.
Mhm.
You're not doubting that this is a photograph of shoes that belong to you, correct?
Right.
Okay.
This is me.
So this wasn't planted evidence, right?
The picture of the shoe, no.
Okay, great. And you were claiming ownership over that shoe, right?
Right.
So it's gray in color, right?
Mhm.
It's got the black Nike swoosh, correct?
Right.
It's got the 4 black horizontal bars in it, right? And you would agree with me, when you wore those shoes, you probably left your DNA behind there in those shoes, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying now that it's just a pure coincidence that the exact same type of shoe sitting underneath your couch in your house with your DNA on it, that's not the shoe?
Remember that I was under surveillance by Detective Jappy, and this was on a day that I was under surveillance.
Let's get back to my question, sir.
Yeah.
You're trying to tell me that the shoe that you see in that photograph, that you claim ownership on, that you say you put your DNA in, that looks identical to the shoe that's underneath your sofa, underneath the recliner, you're saying those two are not the same shoes?
I don't know that they are.
Okay. It's just another crazy coincidence, right?
When somebody chops up a shoe and puts it under the couch, that's a little strange.
Right. And here's the interesting thing.
And you're strange.
Look at the date on this. This is August 19th,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, sir. And
We're
again,
talking, like,
surveillance started at 8:16.
right? No. But this image is in your phone, right?
This particular image, I'm sure I'd likely texted it to my wife to say, hey, I'm rock climbing indoors.
So here's the thing. So you're saying, okay. So you believe because you were under surveillance, what, that they knew the type of shoes you were wearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've seen the photos from the surveillances, right?
I have seen some of the photos from some of them. Not everything was
You're
produced to me.
not wearing the Nikes.
Not everything was produced to me, sir.
Okay. Of what was produced to you, which was everything,
It was not.
you're not wearing the Nikes on the days that you're surveilled. Isn't that right?
This 819
Sir,
was
I need you to
during.
focus on my question. Isn't it true on the days that you were surveilled, you're not wearing the Nikes, correct?
That is not true.
Okay. So we'll pull them and we'll take a walk down that lane, because every single day, isn't it true you are not wearing the Nikes?
That is not true, sir.
Okay, you're wearing your little moccasins, the gray ones, the topsiders. Remember those? You own those, right? You own the gray topsiders, right?
What are topsiders? I don't know.
I'm dating myself, I guess. But they're like a boat shoe. They're kind of like it's like almost like a grayish felt, but they're not Nikes. You were wearing those when you were surveilled, correct?
If you want to put the photos, I can confirm
The
whatever.
answer to my question is no, you don't know the answer as to what shoes you're wearing on the day that you were surveilled.
I have like a tan shoe that I probably wore during some surveillance.
Don't worry. We'll get the photos and we'll
Okay.
go through it.
Absolutely.
Okay. So here's the thing. If Compass Realty framed you, how in the world would they know about these shoes?
Again, I said that I was under surveillance by Metro on this date, 8/19, and obviously they took photos. and they provided those to Detective Jappy.
Okay.
So
So what? And then Jappy did what with them?
passed them to whomever he needed to. Again, I didn't commit the murder, so.
Okay. So, sir, there's no way Compass Realty could know you had shoes like that.
They're not without being informed.
Okay. And this, your phone isn't produced until after you're arrested, correct?
I don't know when it was produced.
Okay. You had your phone with you on the day that you're arrested, right?
Yes, sir.
Like, you didn't give it to Jappy in early September, did you?
No, sir.
No, you had it with you the whole time until you get arrested, right?
That I know, yes, sir.
And that was on September 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Therefore, the only way anyone could learn about information inside your phone would have to be after the murder was committed, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You think there's a way that someone could have found the contents of your phone prior to the murder?
We heard earlier about the fact that someone can actually hack phones, yes. And whether it was that they found it that way or by surveillance?
We heard about the hack. It was just a question asked by your attorney. No witness ever testified that your phone was hacked, correct?
But you asked if there was only one means, and no, there's more than one means, sir.
Okay. Sir, let's just be clear about one thing. You have had possession of your phone through the entire month of August of 2022, correct?
It wasn't in my sight 24/7.
Sure, but you weren't loaning to anyone, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Compass Realty, correct?
That would be weird.
Yeah, it would be. You didn't give it to Derek Jappy, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Cliff Mogg, correct?
No, sir.
Because you didn't even know who Cliff Mogg was at that point, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give your phone to anybody from Metro, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, so now let's get to some of the other interesting things that are in your phone. Oh, by the way, and you also have DNA on the scissors, right? Or are we denying that? Or is that one you're at least acknowledging because of the cooking thing?
No, my blood was on those scissors.
Okay, so Metro got that one right.
Yes.
That wasn't a frame job.
No, well, I do think that they used some of the DNA from that, but.
But before we move on, I gotta ask you this too. So, like if Metro's really, so you think Metro's framing you for this?
As I said before, I think that we've got some officers who are overzealous and who've decided to help Jappy plug holes in his case, not knowing what his relationship was with Compass Realty.
Here's a
Objection, sir. If you'd be allowed to answer the question before.
Okay.
Next question, please.
Sir, I got a question for you. If the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the murder weapon in your house?
I think that maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I mean,
Great question, because if the murder weapon that had Garman's DNA in was inside your house, wouldn't that be an even better case?
yeah, but at the same time, I think if,
But it's not there, is it?
no,
No, it's not. Even though, according to you, they control everything, they don't put the murder weapon on you?
mhm.
Does
Well,
that make any sense?
I think it does.
Okay. How about this? If Compass Realty wants to kill you, why don't they encourage Metro, like, we'd really like you to put the murder weapon in there? Why didn't they do something like that?
I don't know.
That seems really odd that the most significant thing is not in your house, correct?
I think what's odd is that 5 days after the murder, that supposedly there was a shoe
So the answer
and
to my
also a
question-
hat in my house.
So the answer to my question, the most significant piece of evidence, the murder weapon, is not in your house despite your theory you've been framed.
That's correct, sir.
Let's talk about this. We've seen the picture of the killer. What's the most notable thing, by far the most notable thing on the killer's person?
It's either the hat or the shirt.
It's the shirt, right?
Mhm.
And that shirt is not in your house, is it?
No.
If Metro or Compass or Rita or Cliff all wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the bright orange coat in your house?
I couldn't speak to that. All I can tell
Doesn't
you is,
that sound not very professional if they're trying to set you up?
I don't know, maybe for plausibility's sake, they put half. the
Oh, they
stuff in
want to
there. I'm
dial
not
it
sure.
back.
I don't know.
Okay. Here's another thing. Why don't they cover your car in Garman's DNA? Why did they do that?
Because they didn't have access to the car until the day that Mr. Mogg took photos.
But they have, I mean, they control everything. They take it to their CSI garage and they rub it full of DNA. Why is there no DNA?
Ooh,
of
big
Garman in your
sigh.
car? I mean, if they want to frame you, why
Write
isn't
it
it there?
down.
Do you have an answer for that?
Sir, I don't know.
Okay, but one of the things that we do know is that prior to your arrest, you do in fact wash that car, correct?
The exterior only.
You still wash it, correct?
Oh, yes.
And your testimony to this jury was, after Rita told me about the tweets about the car that I found so strikingly similar, I went out and washed my car. You told them that on direct, isn't that correct?
No, sir.
You mean Roberta?
I meant Roberta. After Roberta told you, gosh, that looks just like your car, and you read John R. Custer's tweet, you went out and that prompted you to start washing the Yukon.
No.
That's not your testimony.
No. I said that I washed all 3 vehicles.
Great. Including your Yukon.
Yes.
Right. Because you'd agree if you only wash one of them, that might look a little suspicious, right?
I don't know that I was planning things to be suspicious or not suspicious, sir.
Okay. But let's just be clear. You would agree with me, washing things can make evidence go away. Isn't that right?
I would think DNA evidence would be inside of a vehicle, not on the outside, sir.
Okay. Sir, you'd be surprised.
Okay.
But that's not the
I guess
point.
I would be surprised then.
Washing my question is this. Washing things can make evidence go away, correct?
Could it possibly? Yes.
Thank you. Let's continue down the path of what's in your phone. Going to be, oh, I hope I didn't ruin this. I'm going to be, let's see if this pulls up. We're going to be publishing Exhibit 354. Sure.
Is he allowed to be writing things down on the witness stand?
Let's look at, all right, let's look at this. Well, let's do it. We'll do it this way. We're going to, if we could just cue over for a second to the overhead. This is this extraction report that has a lot of images regarding Google Maps in your phone. Do you remember hearing testimony about this?
That's what I heard.
Okay. And the date on this is August 12th of 2022. Isn't that correct? That's when these files appear. Isn't that right?
That's when it purports to have appeared.
Okay. Sir, you would agree with me. You don't actually have to go to Bronze Circle to get Google Maps to generate these images, correct? All you have to do is go to the website. Isn't that right?
For any location, sure. Yes.
Sure. And this is what, about 2 to 3 weeks before Mr. Gehrman is killed?
If we can trust the date, yes.
All right. So, sir, let's. I'm opening the folder that says Bronze Circle. If we could cue over, please. That's Jeff Gehrman's house, correct?
I have come to learn that it is his house.
That's a great point. You've come to learn that because prior to this all happening, you had never been over to the house, correct?
Correct.
You have no reason to be over at that house, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
You don't even know where he lives because I'm sure Mr. Gehrman didn't give you his personal address.
That is absolutely correct.
And yet the weird thing is, when we go through these images, when we start getting to like the Google Maps data, like that's his house, right?
It looks like that is the house.
Yeah. Same thing, that's his house, right?
It appears to be.
Like if we look over here in the back, that's literally the very spot where Mr. Gehrman breathes his last breath. Isn't that right?
Objection, all speculation.
Sustained.
That's the very last spot that we see Mr. Garman from that body cam, right? He's lying right over there.
It looks like a similar area.
Similar. It's the area, isn't it?
If you say so, sure.
So you don't believe that's the spot?
I mean, it looks like the house, so I would think.
How about there? Isn't that where Mr. Garman was found by the police?
And I would think likely so.
And the very spot that his body is lying is inside your phone.
That is very strange. I mean, how does someone plan to have a victim in a particular area at their home? That's, again.
So you would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone at their house, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land, right?
I've never plotted to kill anyone.
Well, I didn't say you. I'm just talking hypothetically. You would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land, correct?
I object to a hypothetical question. He's not an expert, so.
Overruled, he can answer.
Let me ask you that question one more time. You'd agree with me. If you're planning on killing someone, it's a good idea to get the lay of the land, right?
I don't know. I don't know what the circumstances are. I don't know what you're talking about as far as where you want to, do this deed or whatever.
Mr. Tellis, if you wanted, let's do it. You don't want to answer the question. We'll do it another way.
Again, I object to characterization.
Mr. Tellis, if you're planning on doing something, you want to prepare for it, correct?
It depends on what you're planning to do.
Okay. How about your work? As a public administrator, did you prepare every day to go to work to be competent at what you're doing?
Yes.
Did you do that because it's important to do the job correctly?
Yes, sir.
And if the stakes are really big, you want to make sure you're super prepared?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's over 100 images of Bronze Circle neighborhood in your house, correct? In your phone. Isn't that right?
I don't know that they are, sir.
Okay. Well, then let's start clicking.
Plus, again, I wouldn't use my card. It's
not my question. My question is, this is contained in your phone, right, sir?
I don't believe so.
Okay, you don't believe so?
If it is in there, I didn't put it there, sir.
Okay, so the answer is it's there, but you didn't put it there, correct?
It ain't
Again,
me.
I do not know that it's there, and I certainly did not put it there.
Okay, so we're just, okay, sir. You did.
You're asking me to testify something that I can't tell you is true.
Right, but you did hear the testimony of someone coming and said, I looked in his phone and that stuff is there, correct?
That's what they've said.
It's the same phone that your expert looked at, correct? To extract Celebrite data from, right? It's the exact same phone, correct?
Sure.
Did you ever hear Mr. Aguero ever say that your phone was compromised in any way? Did you ever hear that from him?
We never asked him that question.
Okay, but he didn't say it, did he?
The question was never asked.
Right. He looked at your data, he prepared a report, and alerted no one to any problems with your phone, correct?
I don't know.
I object to, he was not called upon to review the phone. He reviewed the Celebrite extraction from the phone, so I object to this line of question.
We can move on. You heard from Matt Hovanec from the DFL department. He testified that there weren't any issues with this phone, correct? When he looked at data that came from it, correct?
He said that, I guess they try not to modify contents of things, but he didn't say that it was impossible.
Okay. Here, well, we can do this too. You got up on direct examination and you went through message by message by message, and you didn't complain about any of the messages that were on September 2nd, correct?
I dispute.
I object as to complaint.
Sure. You offered testimony to this jury about the timeline, correct?
Yes.
You went text by text and phone call by phone call, and you explained things, right?
Right.
At no point did you say, oh, there's a problem here, correct?
Correct.
You had no problem with that information, did you?
Right.
Okay. Sir, do you find it a little bit strange that when you find information that's helpful for you in your phone, you don't think there's a problem with it, but when there's damaging evidence in your phone, you believe maybe it's been hacked or compromised?
I do think that if someone was trying to frame me, that obviously they would leave the content that I made on the phone as well as whatever they decided to put on there. Yes.
And as we see here, like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 7 different houses are being photographed, correct?
If that is truly what was on my phone, then supposedly sure.
Okay. Here's a good example. In this image, there's a security camera being focused on in the image, correct?
That's what it appears to be, which brings up a question that I would have.
There's no question pending, and you're going to get a chance on redirect. You'll be able to say whatever you need to say. But let's be clear. There's an image that isolates on a security camera for the next door neighbor with Mr. Gehrman. It's right there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. There's one right there.
And
yeah,
here was something I remember you told me about. When you started out, what was your first job again?
IT.
IT. You've got a technical background, correct?
Right.
I believe even on direct examination, you described yourself as a techie, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So you know your way around a computer, right?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around different software, correct?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around a cell phone, right?
Right.
You certainly know how to use Google Maps, right?
I think a lot of people do.
Right. Anyone could use that, correct?
Right.
And you would consider yourself a fairly thorough person in your work as a public administrator, right?
More thorough than to do something like this? Sure.
You consider yourself detail-oriented?
I do.
Okay. Can we cue over for 1 second to the overhead? There's over 132 images in your phone focusing on that. Would you say that's a lot of detail?
If that was on my phone, I guess I would say yes.
Okay. And then let's talk about the Popeyes thing, publishing 364. Do you remember these images?
Yes.
Okay.
I remember them being presented as being allegedly on my phone.
Right. The testimony was it was on your phone. You just don't believe you had anything to do with it, correct?
Again, I don't know that they were ever on my phone. I know that I did not take those photos.
Okay, so you're just denying what you heard.
I am saying that whatever the testimony is, that it could have been placed on my phone, or who knows?
The testimony was it was found on your phone, correct?
It was allegedly found on an image of my phone.
Okay. So, if we could cue over to the overhead or the computer. We talked about being detailed oriented. You would agree this is numerous images from the same spot, correct?
It appears so.
And if we kind of look, and I just can't see because of the monitor. I mean, we're looking at, that's a sedan, correct?
Yes.
Sedan, correct? Well, it's like a minivan, but it's gray
It's
in
like
color,
a
right?
crossover.
And that's gray in color, right?
Sure.
And that's a truck that's kind of a whitish gray, right?
Mhm.
Another gray car, correct?
Sure.
Another gray sedan, correct?
Mhm.
This one's a Honda, right?
Sure.
Or maybe that's not a Honda. I don't want to misspeak. That might be a Kia.
It looks like a Honda,
Is it? Okay, it's a Honda
I think, or unless it's a Hyundai.
or a Hyundai. I'm
I
not
don't know.
sure. It kind of looks like an H. We've got an SUV here, but
Okay,
there's a lot of images
guys.
here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And according to this report, if we could cue over. Got 101, correct?
That's what it alleges.
That's a lot of photos, correct?
It would be.
It looks like surveillance, doesn't it?
It looks like a stupid way to do surveillance.
Right, looks kind of amateurish, doesn't it?
Right.
Not professional.
Whoa.
Right.
Bad admittance there.
I wouldn't see how that makes sense.
And then, sir, another thing located in your phone were these. Can we cue over to the overhead? Sir, what are we looking at here?
Looks like it's a identification of a vehicle that is owned by Mr. Gurman.
It's a Honda, right?
Yes, sir.
And we know from the photographs earlier, his Honda is gray, correct? We saw from the photos.
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to the color with the earlier testimony.
You
Sorry.
have no reason to dispute me if I told you that the color of the car was gray, correct?
I don't, sir.
Okay, and we saw in those images, lots of gray cars were getting snatched, correct?
Yeah, I saw a black one and a white one, but yes.
And you know what that program that's pulling up that information is, don't you, Mr.?
That I do, yes.
That's IDI Core, correct?
Right.
That is proprietary software that is in fact used by the Public Administration's Office, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
It gives the person at the Public Administration's Office the ability to look up personally identifying information about people, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we can see here that Jeffrey Guerin is being looked up on IDI Core, correct?
What I remember correctly looking at this was it was looked up by address.
Well, that's just one report, sir. Let's look at this result. We can see
What's
he's connected.
What's the search term?
There's no question pending, sir.
Okay.
Take a look at registrants. What's the registrant?
Again, it's Jeffrey M. Gurman.
Right. And if we look down, what's the first address associated with this?
P.O. Box.
Okay. And then we go to the next entry. What's the address associated with Mr. Guerin?
7216. It's the second one related to Mr. Gurman. There's a first one related to Mr. Gurman. And that's the P.O. Box, which is current. The second one is 7216 Bronze Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89. I can't read this.
Mr. Telles, that's where Mr. Guerin lived, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's where he was murdered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this image of his personal information and his home address is located inside your phone.
Again, I don't know that it is.
Okay, so we're just, again, we don't have to do the dance, but you're just not accepting the testimony that it was located on your phone.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. But you'd agree with me that from just that bottom there, that looks like a desktop monitor, a Dell desktop monitor, correct?
Correct.
And again, this has more information about Mr. Guerin's cars, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is IDI Core, correct?
Right.
Software that is in your office, correct?
The office that Mr. Jappy visited, yes.
Okay. This is more, this is more IDI Core images, correct?
Appears so, yes, sir.
Let me just come out and ask you. This is your desk, isn't it?
It probably is.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. During your official duties as the public administrator, I mean, you didn't have like a case with Mr. Guerin at all, right?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay.
And what was the search term to find that?
Well, one of the search terms was 7216 Bronze Circle, correct?
Can you show that to me?
Sure. $72.16 bronze. You can cue over to the overhead. Can everybody see that? Oh, it's much better over here. This is terrible. So you can see that, right?
Yes, sir, I can.
And the date, the created time is 8/23/2022 at 6:05 p.m., correct?
Yes, that's what it reports to be.
Okay. And that was a weekday, wasn't it?
I'm sure it was because, you know.
And there's one more thing. This wasn't converted into UTC time. So if we subtract 7 hours, that's at 11:05 a.m. in the morning on 8/23, correct?
And again, I don't know if this document's been modified by a PDF viewer or not, but it purports to be of that day.
You recall the testimony, well, no, you recall the testimony of Matt Levanich, which said this was not converted, and when you convert it, this search was conducted at 11 o'clock in the morning, correct? You recall him saying, I'm not asking if you agree with it, do you recall it being said?
I know that I didn't do the search, so I couldn't tell you definitively.
So I'd like you to focus on my question. Do you recall Mr. Hovanec saying that here in court?
That's what he said.
Okay. And just to be clear, publishing 351, there it is. That's a weekday. That's a Tuesday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you typically have random people coming into your office using your desktop software?
Again, that could have been modified in a number of ways.
So,
in
sir,
a number of ways, sir.
That's not my question. My question is, as the public administrator, did you allow people to go into your office in the middle of the day and manipulate and use your computer?
I didn't allow it, but that's not to say that it didn't happen, sir.
So the answer is, you had an edict that said you're not allowed to do this, correct?
But if I wasn't around or whatever, I don't know.
I mean, you would hope as the head of the department, they would have at least not used your computer, right?
I would have hoped, but you'd be surprised what happened in that office.
Okay. Right, because of the conspiracy? Right, okay. Isn't it true? I think we've heard from both.
Good one, likely, babe.
Your expert and Detective Jappy that there was no outgoing messages from your phone between 8:48 a.m. and 2:05 p.m., correct?
Right.
Okay. You mentioned, or at least we've kind of heard this comment about, well, maybe I was hacked. Just to be clear, you never reported to anyone that your phone was hacked prior to September 2nd, correct?
I wouldn't have known about it because there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the phone at the time.
So the answer is you've never reported any situation that
I didn't have knowledge of whether it had been or not.
You've never reported that your phone was stolen, correct, prior to 9/2?
That definitely did not happen.
Okay, you never reported that your house was broken into prior to 9/2, correct?
I did not, nope.
And there aren't any text messages on your phone complaining about being hacked, right?
Again, if I was hacked, I might not have known it.
Well, and sometimes when we notice we've been hacked, some people will send out emails to people like, oh, ignore this email, I've been hacked, things like that, right?
Yeah, there are various types of hacks, sir.
Right. But there's nothing like that on your phone either, correct?
No, and again, that doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't hacked. Or that somebody didn't create a false image later or add files to that image later.
Okay. So, sir, I want to now talk to you about this conspiracy a little bit. Is Rita Reed in the conspiracy?
Well, she certainly took money from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn.
So the answer is she conspired to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I don't know to what extent she had knowledge of anything other than to make sure that I got taken down.
Taken down. So she conspired to have you framed for the murder of Jeff Gehrman?
I don't know that she was privy to that particular part of.
So she's not part of the conspiracy?
I can't say either way, sir.
Okay, so you're not tying her to this?
I don't have any evidence to tie her to this.
Can we rule her out?
Objection, you be allowed to answer the questions.
Sir, go ahead, please finish.
What was the question
I'll
at
ask
this
the
point?
question again. Can we rule Rita Reed out of your conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I think it's weird that maybe it's not weird. Obviously, you've got to try to minimize the concern that I have with this and try to make me seem like I'm crazy for it. But there's the evidence to back up what has been occurring. So that is what it is, sir.
Okay, so let's focus on my question. Can we rule out?
I don't know that we can either way, sir.
Okay, so it's possible she's part of it.
I would be surprised, but I couldn't rule it out.
Okay, so it's possible.
Anything is possible.
Okay, Alicia Goodwin, is she part of this conspiracy?
Again, part of the conspiracy, sure. Part of a conspiracy.
Let me specify. Is she part of the conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I would think it's unlikely.
Okay, so we can rule her out.
I mean, again, I couldn't rule anything out, but certainly I think it's unlikely.
So it's possible.
Again, anything's possible. So.
Okay, so we can.
That's what I said. I said unlikely, but
Okay.
If we
understood. How about Mr. Cahill? Is he part of the conspiracy to kill Jeff Gehrman?
Yeah.
Again, highly unlikely, but
You're not ruling it out.
Without further evidence, I cannot rule it out, sir.
Okay, so it's possible.
Again, anything is possible, sir.
Is Thomas Monroe, is part of Compass Realty, I believe, is he part of this conspiracy to murder Jeff Garrett?
Thomas Moore?
Thomas, I apologize, Thomas Moore, is he part of this?
I would think that would be likely, yes.
Okay, likely, okay. And Compass Realty as a business as a whole is part of this as well, to kill Mr. Garrett, correct?
Again, if you recall that the best way to take me down would be to frame me for Mr. Gurman's murder. And so, yes, I do believe that.
And I want to write that down. You said the best way to take me out is to frame you for killing Garman, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm paraphrasing, but essentially that's it.
Absolutely.
Okay. You would agree, and I think you told this jury extensively on direct examination, what a thorn you were in the side of Compass Realty, correct?
I was, yes.
You fought them at every turn, correct?
Absolutely.
You thought what they were doing was improper, correct?
I think I proved that.
Okay, you thought that so much of their wrongdoing that you actually went to the police about it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were, till the moment that you were stopped working in that office, you fought against Compass Realty, correct?
I believe when that order was entered on August 30th, that shows that. Absolutely.
And the issue for Compass Realty is because you were the public administrator, correct?
Right.
You stood in their way from doing the things that they wanted to do in terms of independent administrators. Is that right?
Yes, sir. And in fact, again, that order was going to allow me to dig into them and actually prove without a doubt that Detective Jaffe was just ignoring criminal conduct, sir. Yes.
So here's the thing, though. You said that they did something else. They also donated to somebody. Who did they donate to?
That's Reed Reed.
How much money did they donate?
$10,000.
So they thought, and let me get this straight. This is, in your opinion, the things that they were doing cost in the millions. Is that right?
Absolutely.
This is $1 million scheme that they're running, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And all they could muster to fund an opponent was 10 grand?
No, campaign laws prohibit anything over $10,000.
So did any other independent employees of Compass Realty shell out money for Rita?
So there's, again, Adam Fenn and also
How
Compass
much?
Realty.
How much?
$5,000 each. And so, that's all that they needed in order to.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you have described yourself as the sole impediment for their multi-million-dollar scheme, and the only thing that they could come up with financially to stop you is just $10,000?
No, sir.
Okay. That's your C&Es that you submitted. That's all we have, right? It's like 10 grand.
That's 10 grand on our campaign contribution report.
Right,
That is not all the money that they've given to anybody to, again, to engage in this
Are you
activity.
speculating at this point?
Have you gotten it from them, Nancy?
Okay, please finish the question.
Again, without being able to firsthand investigate, because Mr. Gurman was murdered and I had been arrested and been sitting in jail for 2 years, perhaps I'm speculating, but if I'd had that authority like I had intended, I would have uncovered the various different ways that they actually tried to, thwart me. All the attorney's fees that they paid in order to pay these attorneys who would, again, this was an escalating situation that
Right.
started basically, well, go on.
I mean, I think we're a little far afield of my question at this
Sure,
point.
okay.
I don't know that was as responsive to my question. So let me direct you back to it. You would agree like $10,000 is really not that much money. In the world of countywide races, 10 grand, not that much, correct?
In the world of county races, it's the maximum contributions for these two guys or these two entities,
For
but
those two guys, but listen, if we're talking about, like, you know how politics works. If there are businesses or special interests, they pool their money together behind a candidate, right? You don't know that, but you were.
it depends on the situation. It depends on the situation.
Sir, are you going to sit here and tell this jury you've run for political office twice and you don't know that businesses or special interests pool their money together to back a candidate they really want? Are you really telling them that?
And again, I don't have firsthand knowledge of that because I've never had that happen for me.
Right.
Now, if you're talking about political action committees, I don't know, what do you, PACs?
Look, the bottom line is, all they donated was 10 grand, correct?
I I think that's a mischaracterization of what
Fine,
they've done.
Let's move on. And then here's the crazy part. They won, right?
And I still kept fighting them, yes.
No, sir. You were a lame duck as of September 2nd, 2022. Isn't that right?
But I still continue to fight Compass Realty.
That's not my question. You're out of a job in that you're not an impediment as of January 1st. Isn't that right?
As of January 1st, but I was right then.
So you're trying to tell us that Compass Realty was so upset with you that they backed a candidate who wins, but then they just can't wait any longer, so they murder a reporter? They can't wait the 3 months?
I would recommend that the jury watch the video and again, see the time at which the order was filed. And I think you might agree that, yes, that is absolutely the case, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
That
Compass Realty, even though they successfully backed a candidate that defeated you in a primary, they couldn't wait another 3 months for you to leave office, correct?
because I've got the authority to really crack things open then.
So again, he's answering the question. These are fairly complex questions. They require complex answers.
Sure that each of you lets the other.
Sir, are you finished?
I am now, sir.
Okay, so then my next question is this. If they hated you so much,
I don't think they knew me to hate me, but sure.
well, I mean, they're willing to kill people over you, right?
I guess they would have hated me, yeah.
Right. And if they hated you so much, why didn't they just kill you?
That's a really good question, and I would like to answer it. My belief as to why they did.
Please tell me why they didn't just bother killing you.
Because if they'd killed me, would that have stopped Nevada State Division from investigating them? No. If they killed me, would anybody have felt the duty to continue my work because I was actually doing this? I think so. So murdering me would have not discredited me. It would not have put me in a position where all the work that I was doing just got left by the wayside. It would make no sense to kill me.
So your theory is that Jeff Gehrman is collateral damage?
When you've taken into account the fact that months earlier we had this public feud, it's a pretty convenient way to do this.
So the guy who writes the articles that ends your career, they reward him by killing him?
Well, again, like I said, it was a pretty good way to do this.
And let's not get it twisted. Rita and Alicia are part of the conspiracy that loop in Jeff Gehrman, and they're in cahoots with Compass. So they're like, you know what? Thanks, Jeff, but you got to go. That's what you're suggesting?
And like I said, I don't know that they knew about that particular aspect of the conspiracy, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I would certainly think that they wouldn't, because you're right. I can't imagine that they would know and be okay with that, sir.
Isn't it also true that Roberta testified that once you lost, Rita Reed was actually reversing the things that you did in the office, right?
That would be her prerogative at that point.
Okay. So changes were even afoot before you had even left office, correct?
Sure.
And you even told us that once Rita took over, nothing came of the things that you wanted to, like none of the things that you want to investigate were ever done, right?
I was talking about the fact that I had this investigative authority against Compass Realty that I had just gotten just a few days before Mr. Gehrman was murdered, and she never picked up that torch and ran with it. And it's clear why she didn't, because Compass Realty gave her that money, despite the fact that, as you saw, sir, she, these homes, theft,
So
sir.
the answer to my question is yes. Rita Reed never followed through with the things that the authority that you had, correct?
Regarding Compass Realty, yes, sir.
Thank you. And just to be clear, she was going to have full authority as of January, right?
Yes, sir.
And the authority could have gotten Compass in trouble, but that risk was eliminated once they put Rita in, according to your theory, right?
Once she actually became the public administrator, that would be the case. But while I was still, as you call it, a lame duck, I was still coming after them, sir.
Okay, so your thought is murder was the only way.
There might have been other ways, but it was again, if they didn't do it, they sure had a windfall for it that they didn't expect.
So how did Compass break into your home to plant this evidence?
Like I said before, I don't know how it got in there, but I did not put
How
it there,
did they
sir.
plant the hat?
Again, I don't know how it got there, but I didn't put it there.
How did they plant the shoes?
I don't know how it got under the couch, but I did not put it there.
How did they get your DNA in there?
Again, I don't know when and where that DNA was allegedly obtained. So I couldn't say, sir.
How'd they put the images in your phone?
Again, I don't know if that was in my phone or on a corrupt image or what have you.
Look at his
and
lawyer.
Again, you cannot say when or where any of this occurred, really.
And again, when they executed this warrant, the police, they did that also in the presence of your wife, correct?
Not exactly, sir, if I may. So
The answer to my question is no?
not all of them did.
Okay.
And so,
No question pending. I appreciate it. You'll have a chance on redirect.
okay.
So let's start focusing on May of 2012, or May of 2022. Sorry about that. Fair to say that the dynamics in the office aren't great at that point.
That's correct, sir.
Rita and the old guard are unhappy with you and the new guard. Would that be correct?
Yeah, sure.
And the members of the new guard included you, Roberta, and Nicole. Would that be accurate?
That was just some of us.
Okay. There were a couple others.
I believe there were actually 10 folks, and after Janie retired, it was just 4 old guards, so as has been stated. So 6 of us who are, and that didn't include me either. So I guess it'd be 7 of us versus the 4 people who had gotten there before I did.
Okay. So you agreed to do a sit-down interview on May 11th of 2022 with Jeff Gehrman, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why did you agree to do this interview?
Because I wanted to dispel the notion that, there was any concern.
You were being accused of a series of things, including creating emotional stress on your employees, correct?
Right.
Bullying?
Right.
And engaging in an inappropriate relationship, correct?
Right.
Okay. When you sat down to do this interview, did you want to get the truth out?
To a certain extent, yes, but when it came to the office issues, yes, sir.
Okay. When you sat down, when you spoke with him, were you truthful in your interview?
Not entirely, no.
Okay. What were you untruthful about?
About the extent of the relationship with me and Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay. What was different? What did you say versus the truth?
I said that, she and I had no affair, but, regrettably,
Ooh,
we
did you
did
hear
have,
that? Affair?
And when I say regrettably, I think we both regret the mistake, but we had a romantic affair with each other.
Okay, so you did lie to him, correct, on that topic?
I didn't think that was for the public's business.
That's not my question. My question
Yes,
is...
I did lie regarding that particular issue, yes.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me, at the moment you sat down for that interview, you were in the throngs of a re-election campaign, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that the public administration job was something very important to you.
I mean, sure. Yes. Obviously, again, it was important at the time. Yes.
I mean, well, listen, you told us a little bit about your story. I mean, right? I mean, you put yourself through law school. You opened up a law firm. You were elected to this job. You were proud of the work you were doing at the PA's office, correct?
It absolutely was.
Okay, and you wanted to remain in that job, correct?
I certainly did.
Okay. And you would agree with me that if you had been entirely truthful, that may not have helped your election prospects. Would that be correct?
That was certainly not the sole motivation for lying.
And I understand that, but that is a factor, correct?
I don't know. Again, I don't know that I necessarily consider that to be the primary factor, or honestly consider it to be a factor at all. My main concern was having any embarrassment or any, for both of our families, that kind of thing.
And listen, that's totally fair, right? You're concerned about your family, maybe you're concerned about Roberta's family. Understood. And that for you is the main reason why you're not being truthful about that.
Right.
Okay. So, you sit down. Did you feel after speaking with him that you thought Gehrman would give you a fair shake?
I did. I thought we had a pretty good conversation. I walked outside with him. I told him more about a lot of the issues that had occurred at the office before I got there, and about the way that, the strange things that had happened. I won't get into it, but yes, I thought by the time we were done that, that he understood what was really going on at the office.
Okay, and when he, sorry, excuse me 1 second. When that was published, you were very upset, correct?
Yeah, I was shocked at, what ended up coming out versus what we had discussed. Yes, sir.
Were you devastated?
I don't know if that I ever, consider myself devastated on anything. I was certainly upset. I was, hurt for, that this came out, but that was that day.
Sure. And on that day, and let's just be clear, because not only does it potentially jeopardize your work, but it jeopardizes potentially the family stability. Fair?
In a sense, yes. My wife did forgive me, but it certainly it wasn't good optically for obviously my children and have them teased by other kids or what have you. So from that respect, it was a little hard on them.
And here's the thing, he didn't have to write it the way he did, but he chose to do so, correct?
Certainly, yes.
And you talked to him about how upset you were when you saw, I'm assuming, an advanced copy of it, or at least before.
I believe it was actually after it was released. I think people have been misstating the date of the article because I think my text was after. I don't know if it got republished and the date changed or what have you.
Yeah, so, and like if we publish 353A, we can see here, the date on this is May 16th, correct? Okay. But you agree sometimes what happens is like the RJ will throw up an article online at night, and so maybe it's the night before, and then maybe in a publication it's for the next day. Something along those lines. Okay, so because your text messages with Mr. Garman reacting to this actually happened on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right, sir.
Okay.
Right.
So I want to talk about that if we could. If we could cue over. Now on direct, you said it was a bummer, right? Or was that the election loss? I can't remember. I don't. Which was the bummer?
I think and maybe I can't remember what was a bummer per se. The articles certainly were not. I wasn't happy about them. Yeah.
Well, let's turn to this message. It's on page 4.
Mm-hmm.
And you state, I don't know what to say. I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people. Provided you proof. I'm assuming that's proof, correct? It says prove, it's a typo.
It might have auto-corrected and yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Provided you proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote an article that makes me sound like I'm the guilty one. That was not fair or balanced, correct?
Yes, sir, I wrote that.
You were very, very upset when you wrote that.
Yeah, and I guess it says I'm very distraught right now. Clearly, there are typos in my message.
And you held him responsible because he was the one who chose to write the words, correct?
Again, at the time, I was upset.
So the answer to my question is yes. You held Mr. Garman responsible because he chose to write this article in this particular way.
If I had to hold anyone responsible in any sense, I guess the context that you're saying, I mean, certainly not enough to murder him.
That wasn't my question.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of what the wordplay is here.
Well, it's not wordplay. You held him responsible. He chose to write it that particular way, right?
On that day, I felt that, again, he would totally misconstrue things. So I was upset with him, and I told him I was upset with him.
Okay. So that's how you were feeling on May 15th, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And you even say, I've done so much for that office. I told you I've been followed and that I caught Rita following me. You decided to take it on her word that she wasn't, however clearly she was. It seems to me you valued sensationalism or the value of a potential takedown than actually telling the truth. Thank you for helping him drop more pressure on my life.
Yeah, and I think that was a typo with the him. It was probably a them instead.
Understood.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you described this probably as a hit piece. Would that be correct?
Honestly, yes.
A character assassination, correct?
Yes.
And he's the one who chose it to write it that way, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, particularly right now, Patricia, his body language is all over the place. 130,000 a year is
And
not
then what
very much
happens is
in Vegas.
about 9 days go by and he reaches out to you again, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the primary election was held on June 14th, correct?
I don't recall, but you're probably right.
Okay, so we have one article that gets into not just the inner workings of the office, but is hitting you on personal stuff. And now he's reaching out to try to do another article, right?
Right, sir.
Fair to say, you've got to be upset.
I don't know if at this point I was still upset. I couldn't remember. I know that I had to, at a certain point, like start to try to, like, basically combat this with my own narrative to try to, again, win the race.
Right. You're so concerned about Jeff Garman's articles that you start literally creating websites to try to fight against it, correct?
I wanted the truth to come out, yeah.
Right. That's how significant the article was to you.
In the sense that I wanted to win the race and I needed to dispel what was in the articles, yes, sir.
You must have felt that this guy is just personally out to get you at this point.
Not personally out to get me. I thought he was a friend of John Cahill's. Later I found out that Alicia Goodwin's father was a friend of his.
That must have been infuriating.
I mean, it is what it is. You know, like I said, by the time, about a month later, I think you see my tweets. I'm more just trying to.
Well, we'll talk about different things over time that we see from you. But moving on, you end up providing a written statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
I imagine you're hopeful that you're going to get more of a balanced article from him, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, you're just hoping he'll just publish something, correct?
I'm just hoping that it wouldn't be too bad because I'd already figured by this point, it's like, well, you know what, he's going to do what he's going to do.
But it was pretty bad, wasn't it?
Again,
it's the same stuff, right? He's trashing you, correct?
But there's a certain point which you kind of get desensitized to things.
Sure.
Right. So by the time the fourth article came out, I was like, oh, whatever. Right. I will say that when it comes.
My objection, he's answering the question.
I know, but sir, the witness is not responsive to the question.
He's answering the question that's posed, and it's a complex
I'm
question.
asking him to ask the question again.
You're upset because he's trashing you, correct?
Again, I couldn't say at that time that I was still upset or just trying to fight to win the race.
Okay. This was not helping your election, was it?
No, that it certainly wasn't.
So then we have, let's do this, let me back out.
And
Hold on a second. I'd like to now turn to some items that pop up in your phone kind of around this time. So there is this image from May 20th. I'm going to publish that. This was found in your phone, correct?
Yes, it was, sir.
You're not denying that this was something actually in your phone?
No, and I can tell you why I did.
I'm not asking you that question, but the title of this is How to Push Down Negative Search Results, correct? Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have these kind of inflammatory tweets that you're tracking where they're talking about you, correct?
I was not tracking these. These were given to me by Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay, so people are sending them to you, right?
Yes.
And then you have this message here to Mr. Kinsley. And just to be clear, that is a message that is being kind of issued out on the 15th, which would have been like that day that article came out, right? Is that correct? Because you had said, because the article was dated, the original one's dated 5/16, and we had that conversation about it released earlier, right?
Right.
Okay. So let's look and see what you say here. Isn't it true you tell Mr. Kingsley, I'm working to bring the full truth to light? I guess I want to focus on you're kind of maintaining the same posture that you had with Gehrman, right? About these things, some things are true, none of this stuff is true, correct?
Well, and again, like I said, I'll point out that I did lie in this message because I did not want to publicly embarrass my family further.
Right.
Right.
And to be fair, it's understandable, but so this is something that the potential impact on your family is so significant. You're even telling people in this context, like it's not true, because that's an important thing to protect. Fair?
I don't think that my wife would have left me, but certainly I didn't want them to have to go through any embarrassment or any pain.
Sure. And I want to focus down here at the very bottom, because I know you said, oh, I was kind of over it and things like that. Isn't it true you state here you have no idea how hard it's been? You say that, correct?
That was that same day, and that was referring to the troubles that I had with the ladies in the office, that no matter what I was doing to try to actually make peace with them, giving them raises, whatever things that still, again, I had to be a cheerleader for the other employees while trying to minimize the damage they were doing.
Okay. You say I'm truly devastated, correct?
And that was again on the same day that I texted Mr. Gehrman.
So the answer is yes.
Yep. And
out to county officials to see if there's anything that they can do to help rein in Rita Reed's behavior?
that I don't recall. I mean, if you got something to show that, as long as,
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. So
I did talk to HR about how to best handle disciplinary issues, and got their advice and did things appropriately.
Okay.
If that's what you're referring to.
I'm just asking. And so now that brings us to the primary, which is June 14th of 2022. You would agree with me, when that day began, you were hopeful that you were going to win, correct?
You're always hopeful when you're running for an election.
You had gone out, you had canvassed neighborhoods, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were expressing to your friends and family that, yeah, I think we're going to pull this off, correct?
Obviously, you always want to have an optimistic face no matter what, but I wasn't 100% sure that I was going to win or not.
Okay. But ultimately you lose. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you don't place second, you end up placing third. Is that right?
Right. All three of us were pretty tight though, but yes.
Right. And I'm going to approach with what's been marked as state's proposed 377. Does that appear to be kind of the accurate outcome of the election?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's a fair and accurate depiction of those results?
I think so. Like I said, it was pretty close.
At this time, we're asking state commission to admit states 377. Sure. Sorry about that.
There's no objection.
Publishing 377, we can cue over. So when we look at this, you don't lose by much, do you?
No.
I mean, but a little more than 2,000 votes, correct?
Right.
Jeff Gehrman didn't write any articles about Carolyn Escobar in a negative fashion, did he?
I wouldn't think so.
I mean, leading up to his election, he didn't do that, correct?
Correct.
He didn't do that about Rita.
No.
Fair to say, in your opinion, if Jeff Gehrman hadn't written these articles, you probably end up winning that primary.
Probably yes.
It had to be crushing, correct?
No, it was disappointing, but again, I knew that my chances were 50-50, so I was prepared for a loss. And I think my conciliation post on Facebook was pretty clear that, hey, you know what? We tried really hard. We gave it our go. But, I'm going to go serve families as a probate attorney again. I'm ready to go back to work. And, and I got a lot of support when I made that post.
Okay. But everything that you work for is gone because of a couple of articles that say things that you don't think are really true, correct? Especially about the work stuff, right?
It wasn't the articles per se. It was obviously Rita and Alicia.
Who got Jeff Gehrman into the fold to publicly tear you down?
They did, yes.
And he agreed to do it.
Yeah.
So now I want to focus on just 2 days later. 2 days later. Oh, can we cue over? Sorry. 2 days later, Jeff Gehrman writes to you, correct?
Mhm.
At this point, you are kind of right on teetering on the verge of like conceding, correct?
I think it took a long time for the count to occur. It was like almost a week. So we were, again, this is a while back. So if I remember correctly, we were still waiting for the final outcome. And yeah, so this was.
So you're down as of May 16th. You're losing in the race, correct?
It was kind of like similar to what you saw on that report in the sense that things kept going up and down, but it was I think if I'm not, mistaken, it was somewhere in those, 1,000, 2,000 between the three of us, but Rita would go up, then Caroline would go up. And so it was more of a tug of war between them and that was pretty much in third place at all times.
So it's very close, right?
It was really close.
You don't know how at this point, as of June 16th, you still don't officially know how this one's going to shake out, correct?
Based on the fact that I never came out of third place during the whole thing, I was pretty sure that it was done.
Okay. But nevertheless, Jeff Gehrman comes calling again, correct?
Mm-hmm. And it's about that truth website that I created.
Right. And you just say, it's fine at this point. They won. Do what you liked.
Mm-hmm.
Fair to say you felt resigned at this point?
Yeah. Like, just, what's it going to do at this point? Whatever,
Well, he wrote another one, correct?
Mm-hmm. That is, yes.
Fair to say you weren't happy with that coverage. It wasn't positive, was it?
Again, I don't remember if I cared or not. And I know I started to poke fun at him on Twitter, but, it came to a point where it was just me trying to, I think, see if I couldn't get him to put more light on my website.
Okay. And so then on June 18th, he publishes this article number 3, correct?
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes.
And then just 6 days later, on June 22nd, he publishes a 4th article about you officially losing, but pointing out that you remain combative, correct?
Yeah, which again was inaccurate, but sure. Yes.
Okay, so again, it's inaccurate reporting about you, the 4th one.
Right. Like I said, by this point, I was just having fun with it.
Well, let's be, Mr. Tejas, you didn't like Jeff Gehrman by this point, did you?
I mean, sure. I did not like him.
You hated him, isn't that correct?
And I don't know if hate, there might have been various points throughout that where I might have felt like that, but I don't know that he was not a central figure in my life. I'll put it that way.
He is the figure that ends up causing you to leave your job as public administrator for Clark County, correct?
Again, I don't blame him per se. I blame Rita and I blame Alicia.
Sir, you just told this jury that if those articles weren't written, hold on, I'm not finished. You just told this jury, like 5 minutes ago, that if Mr. Gehrman hadn't written these 4 articles, you believe you would have won the race.
Yeah, but again, if Rita and Alicia hadn't gone to Alicia's dad to ask for this favor, those articles wouldn't have happened.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Who I would hold most responsible is not Mr. Gehrman.
Sir, that's not my question.
Okay.
My question is, you believe if Mr. Gehrman had not written these 4 articles, you would have won the race, correct?
I do believe that, yes.
You hated him by this point in time, isn't that right?
I could not say whether I hated him by this point in time, and if how long I might have hated him, if,
Roberta said you hated him.
Roberta is entitled to her own opinion. I don't know that I ever said I hated him.
Okay. So, Now we're in July. Fair to say, working in that office had to have been hard in July.
So after the election loss, I ended up, so I guess just back up a little bit. When Mike Murphy came into the office, it was not a directive from Clark County. It was a request. Jeff Wells said, hey, you've got this situation. I think, maybe if we bring in Mr. Murphy, he could help you kind of be an independent, arbiter of sorts. And he said that, you don't have to say yes. This is not, we have no right to force this on you. It's entirely up to you. And I said, what, sounds like a great idea. Let's do it. So brought him in. But then again, that got misconstrued, it is what it is at this point. But so once I lost the election, he and Rita had taken over the duties primarily. And I did, most of my work from home, coming in a couple of days a week, just to, do things here and there.
Okay, so to go back to my question, was July hard? Yes or no?
I guess my answer would be not as, I didn't have to deal with the first, the day-to-day frustrations I used to deal with when I was in the office 50 hours a week.
So you came in less, correct?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Rita assumed more of a responsibility.
Right, sir.
Even though you were still the acting duly elected public administrator.
Right. We decided, just.
Okay. I'm going to publish Exhibit 340. We can cue over to the Elmo. On June 13th, I don't know if you are aware of this back in the day, but an email is sent out. I'm sorry? July, sorry about that. July 13th of 2022, Jeff Garriman is making a public records request, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in July, you have already lost your race, correct?
Right.
So the election isn't at stake. Is that correct?
Right. Correct.
You will be gone in a matter of 6 months, right?
Right.
And now Jeff Garriman is asking for all emails between Public Administrator Robert Tellis and Estate Quarter Roberta Lee Kennett from January 1st to the date that this is fulfilled, correct?
Right.
He also wanted all of your communications, including messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
He wanted you to wanted the county to provide all text messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
From your personal cell phones, correct?
Yes, he did, but he was not allowed to have them. But yes.
Sure. Understood. But that's how far this is going. And additionally, and I didn't read that in the middle, it included a request for Microsoft Teams messages as well. Isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, sir, you are familiar with the county's policy. Well, let's do it this way. You testified to this jury that, before the records request went out for the Teams messages, you had reviewed them and you didn't have any issues with them, correct?
And I'd love to elaborate on that if I could.
I need you to focus on my question. Yes or no?
I had an opportunity to, yes, I did have an opportunity to review them before.
Judge, it's a two-way street on this one.
Okay, if you can answer the question, yes or no.
I haven't finished the question, Judge.
Oh,
Then I can ask Mr. Hamner if he wants you to answer the question.
I need you to listen. I need to finish the question.
Oh, I thought you were done. Sorry.
Well, yes or no. You testified on direct examination that you reviewed Teams messages and you did not have an issue with them, correct?
The production that I understood was going to be sent to Mr. Gurman, yes.
Right. And just to be clear, you were familiar with the county's policy about what gets produced in a public records request, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so isn't it true that under this county policy, personal messages would not be produced under a public records request?
That is correct.
Okay. So any personal communications between you and her wouldn't go out to Mr. Garriman, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And that is why, and so you're like, I don't have any issue with that other stuff going out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But let's be clear about something. The election's over, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Jeff Garrett,
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
and Jeff Garrett seems to still be digging about you and Roberta, isn't that right?
Yes, but there's nothing to dig, provided obviously that I, if he was going to receive what I saw, then there was nothing for him to dig.
I mean, you would agree, I mean, reporters typically don't ask for records requests unless they're planning on doing a story, correct?
Sometimes I think they're just fishing to see if there is a story.
And according to this records request, he's fishing about one thing, it's you and Roberta, right?
Right.
Okay. Which you told us back in May, when you sat down with your interview with Jeff Gehrman, the number one priority was to, protect your family and not really dig into that, correct? Or at least disclose that, correct?
I'm sorry.
You told us when you met with Gehrman on May 11th, you had said, I was truthful about some things, but I wasn't truthful about everything. The one thing I didn't want to talk about was the indiscretions. And you said that the reason for that was I was really concerned about my family, correct? Okay. The election's over. You're on your way out. And now this guy is wanting to ask more questions about you and Roberta, right?
Yeah.
It's not about you and Rita, right?
There's a I know that there was a later request for those other emails that got appended to this, but I don't know if you remember that with Mike Murphy and Rita.
Just in this specific request, he's not asking for communications between you and Rita, right?
Correct.
He's not asking for communications between you and Alicia, right?
Correct.
It's just about you and Roberta.
Right.
He's not leaving it alone, is he?
I think he's still fishing.
That had to have been frustrating, Mr. Telles.
No, it was not, because I knew he wasn't going to have anything based on what I reviewed from the production.
Okay. So it's your testimony that the possibility of a fifth article didn't concern you at all when the potential source of the request is just about your communications between you and Roberta. You're telling us that's not a concern at this point in time?
Again, so I can explain to you how things...
Yeah, yes or no? Is it a concern or is it not?
Not at the time that I reviewed those documents, no.
Okay, so now let's now jump forward to August 8th of 2022. On that day, Dan Coolin emails you and starts to tell you about the production request, that it's going to start to happen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's on August 8th, right?
Yes, sir.
Do this quickly here. August 8th. 4 days later, in your phone, the Google Maps and bronze circles start popping up, correct?
No, sir.
Read this out to me. What does that say?
That says August 12th, 2022.
Great. Publishing 364. This is the street surveillance. Please read out to me what the date is on that.
August 15th, 2022.
Okay. You would agree that August 12th is just 4 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
You would agree with me that August 15th is just 7 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
And if we go back to the overhead, 354. I want you to read the date on entry number 1 on that.
The modified date?
Yeah.
8/23.
Okay.
2022.
Wish I could do the math on that one. I feel like that's like about 2 weeks after August 8th, correct?
Somewhere on there.
We also heard from Nicole Lofton, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nicole Lofton was employee of the public administrator's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
A member, as you describe it, of the New Guard, correct? She was on Team TELLES, fair?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. You had text messages between you and Nicole Lofton through the course of your time as a public administrator, correct?
If you've got them, then sure. I don't recall.
Okay, well, I'm going to approach for a second. So I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as Exhibit 376. It's just an excerpt of some things, but take a look.
His family hasn't been
It's
there.
not the full, it's not the full thing. There's a lot of messages there. I just wanted to kind of narrow down. I'm going to approach in a minute, but I need to get an understanding. By August, beginning of August 8th, by August 8th, how are you feeling about Jeff Gehrman's next upcoming article?
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you concerned at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 376, proposed Exhibit 376.
Yeah, good
Why don't
catch.
you just take a minute and flip through those and let me know if you recognize essentially what you're looking at there.
Why are other people talking in court?
We're getting close to it.
Give that timeline.
Would be a good time for a break as well.
Yeah.
Sure, we can do that. That's fine.
All right, at this time, we're going to take a break during this recess. You're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, other means of communication or social media, or read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, on your own or form, express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you, and we'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right.
Wow. Wow. So I will tell you, I'm surprised that he hasn't been like broken, like he hasn't gotten to a point where he's kind of lost it on the stand. And I really did think that that was where the where things were going. But yeah, were you laughing at me going, blah, blah, blah. That's how this judge is. She's like, blah, 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 blah. Okay, goodbye. She does that every time. It cracks me up. She can't read that thing fast enough and get out of her seat and go into the back room and do whatever she needs to do. It's so funny. So anyway, I felt like he was getting close to breaking him. Like, you know, if he's so emotional at that, just the mere sight of his house in disarray caused him to break down on the stand, which was really odd. I mean, super odd, right? Then it seemed likely that, you know, he could be easily broken by all of these really tough questions. But he's pretty much maintained his cool. Now, that's not to say just because he's maintained his emotional coolness doesn't mean I think he's doing a good job on the stand. I think he's completely floundering. He's totally evasive. He doesn't answer straight questions. He doesn't just say yes or no. He gets into the what about. The portion about the conspiracy theory was honestly like parody. You know, when you go through all of the people who had to be involved in this conspiracy, it just begs credulity. I mean, it just stretches the imagination. You know, it would have involved a cop that pulled down his sun visor, a fraud detective who somehow got images or items or images and gave them, you know, like an image of his phone and then gave it, or, you know, somebody got an image of his phone and gave it to the cops to plant on his phone. Somebody, and the most, here's the part that is the most ridiculous to me. And that is, he's basically saying that Compass Realty had Jeff Gehrman murdered as to get Robert Teles after Robert Teles had already lost the election. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous that, you know, if their motive was to get him to come out of office so that he couldn't expose them anymore, they're going to murder Jeff Gehrman after he's already lost that election? Now, he says it's because he was continuing to go after Compass because he had just gotten the authority to go after Compass. So they still had motive. So then it's even weirder that instead of killing the man who could continue to publish mean articles about him in order to discredit his attempts to get them, right? That they would have that journalist killed. They would cut off their source. Like, they would literally have the man murdered who could discredit the person who actually, this man had already helped them in his view, right? In his view, this man had already helped them get their person in office. Okay. And now the man who could also continue to discredit him after he's lost the election, you know, if he's going to continue to go after them as a lame duck public administrator, if he's going to continue to go after them, wouldn't you still want the most effective tool you have in your tool belt to be alive so that he could still continue writing really damning stories about that man? Why would you actually kill him? It makes literally no sense. It's laughable, in all honesty. So let's look at Twex, because there's been some pretty funny reactions over there. I haven't looked in the last few minutes, but this is one of the funnier reactions. This one says, "Oh, I know who the murderer is, wink." And I think they're trying to, Your Honor, he's badgering the witness. Oh my gosh, look at this. That's funny. Because that's literally what's going on. The prosecutor is just toying with the man, and he can't talk his way out of a paper bag. How can I talk my way into getting into a jail cell while I'm alone in prison? Should I say they planted a spy? That's his thought bubble. Man, people are so funny. People are so funny. He finally said, as Patricia pointed out, there hadn't been one point at any point where he just said, I don't recall. I don't recall. And he finally said, I don't recall. So he finally, and you guys, this person is referring to Woody, the YSL witness that we were watching the other day, who's just like, I don't recall. I don't recall. What he might be trying to apply to the jury that losing his election, whoever framed him was afraid Baldy would go to the reporter and spill beans, but while alive, just the reporter and not him too. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's crazy. No, it's not over. They're on a break. They're going to be on a break for about another 7 minutes. So we're just playing around on Twitter, looking at reactions on Twitter until they come back. Who filmed the booty call footage of Robert Tejas and his employee girlfriend? Was it posted? Yes. I'll answer that question for headlines, gal. So it was somebody in the office who filmed the footage of Robert Tejas and his girlfriend. It was somebody in the office. So definitely people in his office were working against him. There's no question about that. But here's the thing. He denied the affair, but now he has admitted to the affair. They had an affair, and they were caught having that affair. This one says the cross on Robert Tejas is almost comical. I just think he knew he had nothing, so he decided to see if the jury will buy his wild testimony, or he is delusional and he thinks he can pull the wool. I would love to see a psych eval on him. I would too, man. That would be fascinating. Ask yourself this: does the prosecution and their witnesses have key factual evidence? Then question this: does the puzzle pieces of evidence testimony fit into a compelling whole? If you answered yes, he's guilty. And to me, the answer is yes. This one says, this is the craziest thing I've ever watched on television, and it's real life. So also, I was looking for the actual interview on YouTube. Of the interview and because I wanted to show the actual interview where he lied to the reporter and lied and said that he was not having an affair, but I can't find it anywhere on YouTube. I just looked on Twitter, can't find it here. So, maybe this is it. Of course. People know that we are looking for it, so they're putting up spam links. Of course they are. So instead, I found some other things to look at, other footage from this case to look at while we're on this break. Yet, likely, Faith, there were divisions in the office. They as soon as he came into office, there was a very strong line division between two sides of the office, and it was very prominent. So here's when they film him at home, arriving home in his white paper jumpsuit.
Did you do this? Did you commit this murder? Breaking at 4, county official Rob Tellis returning home this afternoon in a paper jumpsuit. Sources tell 8 News Now investigators had spent part of the day questioning him about the murder of Review Journal investigative reporter Jeff Gehrman. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us at 4. I'm Kirsten Joyce.
And I'm Brian Loftus. We have a lot to cover tonight. The 8 News Now investigators with team coverage.
David Charms here with more on what Jeff.
So that was him arriving home in his paper jumpsuit. There's more. This is him refuting the public reporting. Let's see. Oh, this is the letter he posted on social media. This is a report about the letter he posted on social media to refute the reporting.
Was temporarily shut down. You can see the signs from Clark County right here. They even are directing mail and delivery services to bring things to the coroner's office next door. 13 Investigates learned that.
Bye, Evil Queen. Good to see you.
Tellis came to work yesterday for only about 2 hours, and today he was a no-show. Rewind to Monday when neighbors say they saw some strange activity at Tellis's home.
We moved here 7 years ago, and he was here before us, so it did seem a little bit suspicious.
Dave Zanella lives 2 houses away.
My daughter brought it to my attention and said that he's putting up a camera, and we just spoke about it, briefly, saying that, well, he's been there a long time. I don't know why he'd be putting up cameras right now.
Back in May, Jeff Gehrman published his first article on the Clark County Public Administrator's Office, writing that it has been mired in turmoil and internal dissension over the past 2 years, with allegations of emotional stress, bullying, and favoritism, leading to secret videotaping of the boss and a coworker.
Likely Faith, that was actually Teus's house, but a lot of the houses in Las Vegas look very similar. They're tract homes, in suburbs, and they are all very similar. They all have a very similar look to them, and foliage and landscaping and stuff like that.
Outside the office. Gehrman reported allegations of a hostile work environment fueled by the elected administrator of the office, Robert Tellis, carrying on an inappropriate relationship with a staffer that has harmed the office's ability to deal with the public in overseeing the estates of those who have died. Gehrman further wrote, because of the brewing animosity, the top supervisor under Tellis, Rita Reed, decided to run against him in this year's Democratic primary. As the election date neared, Tellis posted this campaign video on YouTube that he titled, "The Tragic Scene I Found."
A few years ago, when I started my first term, I found a disturbing situation at the office. Unfortunately, I found that there were cases that weren't being closed and hadn't been closed for years. I also found that checks to families were waiting to go out so long that the checks went stale before the families could get them. Tragically, there were even situations where the family members died before they could receive their own checks. But I'm very happy to say that we've turned that all around under my leadership.
Video came out in the wake of a county decision, as Gehrman reported, to hire former Clark County Coroner Mike Murphy to tackle friction in the public administrator's office after multiple claims of bullying and favoritism.
I'd like to ask you for your help now. I'd like to ask you to please be sure to vote for me in this year's election.
In June, as it was becoming clear that Tellis would lose the primary election, he began to push back online against worker abuse allegations, and he attacked the Review Journal's investigative reporting. In a blog that reads more like a rant, he accuses Gehrman and his opponent of turning Democratic voters against him. He wrote, "The article was intentionally gut-wrenching. It was so ugly that you almost had to believe it was true. I can understand why you might have with the writer's skill at pushing buttons. Also, the timing of the article was very convenient for my opponent." He added, "They are seeking to destroy me, both personally and professionally."
It's scary to think about.
Another of Telles's neighbors, Devin Bonadeo, has been following the story.
With the media and politics getting so like closely intertwined, I think it's just been, it's been a gross interaction with those two, and that just goes to show what it's looking like and the road it's going down.
Road continues on Twitter on June 18th when Telles accuses Gehrman of going through his family's trash. He calls Gehrman a bully who's BS. He tweets, "Looking forward to lying smear piece number 4 by Jeff Gehrman. I think he's mad that I haven't crawled into a hole and died." Hashtagging Gehrman as a one-trick pony. Telles also posted text conversations he had with Gehrman, accusing the reporter of making a veiled threat to make him take down his site after losing the election. Now, according to the Review Journal, Gehrman was planning another potential article. He'd recently filed public records requests for emails and text messages between Telles.
And they're back. Back from the break.
Oh, no, they were up there. No, they were up there. Never mind.
Let's see if he can try to rehabilitate himself on the last half of his cross-examination.
They're already gone. All right, very good. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Cassidy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, you had a chance to review those text messages?
Yes, sir.
That's a fair and accurate depiction of some of the text messages you had with Nicole. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
At this time, we'd ask that these be admitted, States Post 376.
No objection.
So again, just to set the stage, like how are you feeling in early August about Jeff Gehrman and his articles?
Like I said, I don't know that I thought any way about Jeff Gehrman in particular.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right. So we're just publishing these. Zoom in. So that's just the ones in green. That's you, correct?
Yes.
That's just the first page. It goes back to August 17th of 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So this message is from June 15th. That's the day of the primary, or at least the day after the primary, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you state, isn't it true, you state to her, "Good morning, full results aren't in yet. It's about a three-way tie with me, last by around 2,000 votes. The precincts I'm counting on aren't in yet." And Nicole says, praying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you say, "Me too."
Yes.
turning to what's marked as page 64, just on the actual pagination. We look at this bottom email at 6:15 at 12 o'clock p.m. She writes to you, folks are prancing around like you conceded. Did you? Do you remember her writing that to you?
Not until I see it now, but it's been a while.
Okay. And then your response is, isn't it true your response was, no, I'll check the website to see if a winner was declared. And she responds, okay, correct?
Yes.
I think you indicate that if I lost, I will protect you until you can get a new position. Isn't that right? And she responds, I appreciate that. Is that correct?
Yes.
It isn't true, then you say, I'm so sorry, Nicole, I tried so hard, I almost made a comeback, but it's done, correct?
Right.
And that's at 3:16 p.m. on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right.
And you say here, unfortunately, too many people bought the lies, isn't that right?
Right.
And when you're saying that, you're referring to the voters, correct?
Yeah.
And the lies were propagated by those articles, correct?
Yes.
That Mr. Gehrman wrote.
Right.
We look down here at the end, she says, I'm so sorry, will you work until the end of the year or resign? Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And she says, thank you for believing in me. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Fair to say she cared for you and how you treated her in the office, correct?
Right.
All right. And you told her, in fact, I very much believe in you. You have been my best employee. I'm so sorry that I couldn't pull it off. Isn't that correct?
Right.
And she lets you know that you fought hard. Isn't that right?
Right.
And we see here on 6:15, you even say to her, I'll stay on until the end of the year, although if they aren't messing with you, I don't know that I'll spend a ton of time in the office, correct?
Right.
Essentially ceding power to Rita Reed, correct?
Right.
And Rita Reed is friendly to Compass Realty, correct?
Right.
And so your intentions were to step away from that office or lower your profile even as early as June 15th of 2022.
Right.
So you would be less of a threat to Compass Realty even then, correct? Because you'd be stepping away and not spending a ton of time in the office.
No, sir. The evidence proves otherwise.
Okay. And then we look here at text on June 21st. Nicole says, now Alicia is in the other cubicle counting the files that were left in there. These people are so sick. They spend half the day trying to get you instead of working. The you she's referring to is yourself, correct?
I don't know if it was that or, generally saying you in that sense, like, because I don't have files in a cubicle.
Okay.
So it might have been, that perception that, I don't know how to explain that. I think you get it.
Contextually, she's talking about the old guard, correct?
She is talking about them, but as far as whether she's talking about herself or me, I don't know.
Understood. But she believes these people are sick. Is that right?
That's her opinion. And, they did some pretty tough stuff.
Well, and it appears you share that same opinion. You say yes, like they think it all still matters, correct?
Right. Like they're still trying to sabotage me, but it's pointless at this point, right?
Well, you say it's pointless, but we'll get to that in a second.
Sure.
You then also say she's probably trying to get fodder to pass to the reporter, correct?
Yes.
So the reporter is still on your mind, isn't that right?
Just from the standpoint that they're still trying to concoct things, and that's why I decided to stay away from the office so they couldn't concoct anything anymore.
Because the articles were damaging, correct?
They were damaging, yes.
Professionally and personally.
Primarily professionally, because obviously I had to figure out something else to do for work, which again, I'm a lawyer, so I guess, rehang my shingle if I can, do whatever I can.
And that's a really interesting point. On August 8th, we've seen how that's the day you get notified that Gehrman wants stuff between you and Rita, correct?
Right. Mm-hmm.
I want to look at what's marked on the bottom is page 110.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it true that you tell Nicole at 12:28, you're dealing with a lot, I'm sorry. For me, this may have a long-term impact. I have people that no longer talk to me. Also, I'm worried in this digital age that the articles could potentially follow me around for years to come. I'm actually worried I might not have any good employment prospects after this, correct?
Yes.
And it just so happens that you were then informed that Gehrman is snooping around looking to potentially do another article, correct?
Yeah.
And you're telling Nicole in confidence that you believe your future employment is jeopardized because of the articles, right?
Yes, but the damage was already done. So it's not, whether he wrote another article, he wrote 10 more articles, it was irrelevant at this point.
Well, apparently you don't say that though in your email. You don't say in that, I'm sorry, that text message. You don't say, but the damage is already done, do you? You don't say that in that message, correct?
Well, it says that the articles are going to have an impact, and those are, you would think that would refer to previously published articles. So I think that it's assumed that, it's done is done. So
Sir,
if he goes on and does 10 more articles, same net effect, really.
Right. Sir, to go back to my question, isn't it true you never use the words, the damage is already done, correct?
Not in this particular message, no.
Right. And you state, also, I'm worried in this digital age that the articles could potentially follow me around for years to come. I'm actually worried I might not have any good employment prospects after this, correct?
I'd say it'd be better than if I had actually murdered Mr. Gurman.
So, sir, we're going to go back to my question. Isn't that what you wrote in the text message?
Yes.
And 4 days later, Google Maps images start popping up in your phone, correct?
No.
7 days later, on the 15th, surveillance is being conducted on a street, correct?
Not by me.
And on the 23rd, multiple images of Gehrman's information about what car he drives and where he lives is literally being screenshotted of your desktop computer, correct?
Not by me.
Because if it was you, that would be a big problem, wouldn't it?
Conclusion, it's argumentative.
It is argumentative. If
We'll
you
move on.
Phrase it.
No, we can move on. Publishing 342. Then you receive this email on 9/1, correct?
Yes, sir.
You receive it at 5:45 p.m.,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Mm-hmm.
And we heard from Roberta who talked about this, right?
Right.
And she had indicated that the release of the information to Gehrman was just around the corner, correct?
Right.
Let me find this.
And I knew in advance that it'd be only.
Sir, there's no question pending. At 5:45 on September 1st, you get the information. You get notified that Jeff Gehrman is soon to receive personal records requests related to messaging and communications between you and Roberta, correct?
No, that was not personal.
Okay, I didn't mean that. I meant, I apologize for my misstatement. Communications between you and Roberta, correct?
Business related, yes.
Right. And then at 11:20 in the morning, just a few hours later, Gehrman's dead, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about September 2nd, 2022. You had testified on direct that you had, your daughter had asked you a question, you responded around 8:48 in the morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said at that point you then hung out at home, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Around 10ish, you went for a walk, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You said you.
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You said you then came home, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you said that you went to the gym around 12 o'clock, 12:09,
Yes.
correct? I think that's when you log in around 12:09.
That's when I checked in using my phone at Planet Fitness.
Okay. And that's the Planet Fitness that's on like Fort Apache and Charleston, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's kind of just down that road, right? Down, what's the road? So you live on Spanish Steps?
Correct.
And then the road to kind of make your way out to Piggott, what's that one called?
South Hassan.
Okay, and then if you made a left to go by Piggott, what's that big road?
Red Hills.
Red Hills. And Red Hills can kind of get you up to that corner, right? Where the
You can go through a roundabout. You can go north from there on Apple, and then you head east to get to Planet Fitness.
Okay. And I think what you had, before we do that, let me ask you this. So what car did you take to the gym?
The BMW.
All right. Oh, so it's kind of, what's the color? It's not quite gray. It's not quite brown.
I think it's brown.
A brownish color. It's kind of metallic-ish.
Right.
Okay. And you took that route that we just talked about. That's how you got to the gym. Correct?
Probably.
Okay. Oh, another question. So, and we're circling back to something, but your belief is what's Jappy's role in the conspiracy? What exactly did he do?
I'm not certain to what extent, but obviously he's the one who initiated the surveillance that was done on me that went from, I believe it was August 16th all the way through September 7th. So despite his testimony also that they only do surveillance every other day, if you look at Cynthia Sauerland, the surveillance pages from that, you see that they're done back from, one day to the next. And, when I requested that these surveillance logs be provided to me the first time, I received only 3.
Okay.
Then when I pointed out the fact that there was a surveillance log on September 6th that mentioned September 1, then lo and behold, now there was 4. Okay. I believe that there were actually surveillance logs for every single day, and they just weren't turned over to me. So I believe that, that Jappy knows that I didn't kill Mr. Gurman.
Okay. So do you think it's a little strange that if Jappy wanted to frame you for murder, he would clear you of all wrongdoings with the allegations of taking bribes?
I'm already here on this charge, so I don't think he needs to worry about another charge.
And so if the job's done, why waste his time with Compass Realty?
In what sense?
Well, he testified that after you got arrested, he spent another 4 or 5 months investigating Compass Realty and then brought charges to the DA's office. Why do that?
So, and this is an interesting point, because if you look, well, I guess you can't look, but the file into me was over 100 gigabytes in information. That's quite a bit of information. The file into Compass Realty was only 3 gigabytes worth of information. It appears it was just a token investigation because, again, he didn't do the stakeouts that we discussed. He very clearly said that he believed that this personal property was leaving the homes. And it's shown in 500 pleadings that, again, there was no personal property taken from these homes, no vehicles that were actually, I'm trying to finish answering your question, sir.
Okay.
There were no vehicles, again, for which the titles were traced. He didn't investigate the issue with the homes being trashed ahead of time to lower their values so they could almost double on the next sale. So, again, that's, as far as I'm concerned, when he refuses to do a legitimate investigation on me, again, I'm doing just 3 gigabytes worth of data. I think it was just a sham investigation. He didn't do any of those other things he promised he would do.
Sir, isn't it true you told us on direct examination, you bemoaned the Attorney General's office for looking at your case for like a matter of month and then just not doing anything with it? You did say that, right?
No.
You never complained about the Attorney General not taking your Compass Realty allegation seriously?
I did not bemoan and I did not complain.
Okay. Did you say they didn't take it seriously?
I didn't say they didn't take it seriously.
Did you say that they only looked at it for like a month or 2?
They only looked at it for a month.
Just a month?
Yeah.
And Jappy looked at it for 11.
But again, he didn't do the things he promised.
Yes or no? He looked at it for 11 months.
Yes, but it was a sham investigation. Okay. It was a bogus investigation.
Okay.
Didn't do what he said he was going to do.
All right. Oh, let's talk about Zach. You like Zach, right?
I think he dislikes me more than I dislike him. I didn't really, personally, I didn't have qualms with him. He didn't waste my headspace.
Okay. And that's good to know. The disagreement that you had, do you really think it was like a total fallout over this Ottawa property?
I don't. No.
Okay. Because to be honest, like you did continue to do business deals with Zach after Ottawa.
Yeah.
Right?
I think what Zach was upset about,
Sir,
if I may.
Sir, my question is yes or no? You continue to do business deals with Zach Schilling after the Ottawa sale?
Yes, absolutely.
And now at this time, I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as 388, 389, 390, 391, 392, 393, 394, 395, and 396. Sure. Sir, I'm going to show you first 390, 389, and 388. Do these look familiar to you?
Hold on just a few moments, because I want to look at where he actually changed realtors, because when I do my redirect, this is all going to become relevant.
Okay.
So,
Do you know what that is?
I do, but it doesn't say who the realtor was on this.
No, and I would turn your attention to 388.
Okay.
Look here at the bottom. Sure.
Yes.
388. Does that help kind of help? I mean, look at the address.
Of course.
We got our address here.
Right.
And that corresponds to those documents. Do
Correct.
these appear to be like a listing agreement, kind of an order closing the sale of certain property, a check going out to Mr. Schilling?
Yes.
And these all appear to be fair and accurate depictions of those?
And this is Ottawa.
The Ottawa property, yep.
And just let me write a note if I may.
Sure.
And you're okay with this?
Obviously, we're going to receive copies of this, so.
You have, they've been already produced.
Date on it. So what is the date here?
Go to the back page, the very last page. I think it kind of shows some dates.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. At this time, we'll ask for admission of stage proposed 388, 389, and 390.
There's no objection.
And then I want you to take a look at 396, 395, 394, 393, 392, 391. And let me know if these appear to be listing agreements.
Yes, they are, sir.
Okay, and those are fair and accurate depictions of those agreements, correct?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Schilling?
Just 1 second.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you. So Ottawa was the property where you guys had some sort of disagreement about a valuation, right?
Yes, it was more a little bit of sour grapes on his end, but yeah, no, it wasn't, as far as I was concerned, a big deal.
Right. So, but when we heard kind of cross questions and testimony from Zach about there being this disagreement, Ottawa is the one that we're talking about, correct?
Ottawa's the one where he felt like he was cheated, but that wasn't the case.
Understood. And just publishing 388, this was kind of the licensing agreement to bring Zach Schilling on, correct?
Right.
And if we look here, oh, okay, it's showing up there. Zach Schilling is there. Sorry, this one was kind of cut off. 389 is a court order that establishes that the sale was approved for this Ottawa property, correct?
Yes, well, basically, it's just this is the deed after the docs have been finalized, everything's done.
Understood. And publishing 390, we'll do it backwards, but that's like a check that got cut to Zach in relation to this property, correct? And the date on this is 3/22 of 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so despite this disagreement, isn't it true that the public administrator's office continued to use Mr. Schilling for properties that you needed to have sold that came through the PA's office?
Yes, I never disputed that.
Okay. Well, I mean, we heard some testimony about like, oh, Zach didn't get a lot of business at Trail. I think Nicole may have said things like that, correct?
Right, and it's true that he actually had his business reduced, but I'll go into that.
Well, okay. So, but publishing 391. Oh, sorry. We're requesting that 391 through 396 be admitted to evidence.
I have an objection.
Thanks. So we've got here at 391 on June 8th of 2021. This is a deal with Zach, correct?
Right.
We've got another one here, 392, 612, another deal with Zach.
Right.
394, 716, another deal with Zach.
Yes, sir.
393, this is a 611, 2021 deal with Zach.
Right.
Publishing 395, 814, 2021, a deal with Zach.
Right.
Publishing 396, 10, 621, another deal with Zach.
Right.
All postdating the big disagreement, correct?
It, again, was not a big disagreement, and as far as I was concerned, and the issue that he truly has with me will come later, and I can discuss that.
Okay, the bottom line is money continued to flow from the public administrator's office to Zach Schilling for the work on these houses, on these deals, correct?
Not nearly as much at a certain point, but yes,
My
but
question is
yes.
Thanks. All right. You mentioned you're a tech guy, right? A little bit of a techie?
I think you asked that before, yes.
Are you an Apple guy or a Google person? When it comes to phones, what are you?
Well, I have a Google phone.
Okay. We've seen this timeline, right? We've seen this timeline on publishing stage 374. I want to turn your attention to this page. It's entries 23, 24, and 25. You covered these messages and calls from your wife on direct examination. Do you recall doing that?
Yes, sir.
I believe you had said that you were out walking around. You received this message, and then your wife called, and you just didn't want to get back to her, and that was kind of what happened with that. Is that correct?
Right, I was really close to home. I was going to walk in the door, so why? Or walk through the garage, I should say, and so why?
Right. And I think you said, "Honey, I'm home," right?
Something along those lines.
Because May was home at that time.
Right.
And that was just minutes later, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So there wasn't any concern. It was just a picture of your daughter in this call. You were just going to take care of it, right?
Right.
Okay. Nothing else?
As far as like messages and things go, or?
Well, anything else you want to add to this, sir?
I don't think so.
Your wife doesn't have a Google phone, right? She have an Apple?
Yes.
And she, Apple's got all these crazy products. They've got what's the thing that you put on your wrist that kind of goes with your phone? What's that one called?
Some of the Apple Watch.
The Apple Watch. Does May have an Apple Watch?
She does.
Okay. Did you ever watch Steve Jobs' presentations when he would get up and say, just one more thing? You ever see him do that? And he drops like a new product or anything?
No.
Never seen that before?
Mm.
Okay. Well, let's take a look. I'm publishing I don't even know if I've shown this opposing counsel. This is just.
So when Steve Jobs said one more thing, it was always the big surprise.
I'm showing opposing witness. 378. Stage proposed 378. Those appear to be the messages that we're looking at in that timeline, sir. Okay, and on the back of this is the very image that she sent to you. Would that be correct?
Right.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of that thumbnail,
Mhm.
correct? And it's a fair and accurate depiction of what's up there in that timeline, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. At this time, we got permission to admit stage 378.
No objection.
And you talked about these. I think you told us before on cross that these messages, you know, they weren't hacked or anything like that from the police. Like these were the messages, right?
Right.
Okay. We're now going to publish 378. So this message, if you could, please tell me what is the time. Oh, it's kind of cut up a little bit. What time is that message sent?
At 10:36 a.m.
Okay, on September the 2nd, is that
Correct.
Then we have this other little blurb. It doesn't actually have anything there, but what is the time on that?
10:36.
And then we have on this following page another message at 3:16. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think she's kind of talking about how much, you know, she's selling some cards and making some money, something like that, correct?
Right.
And you immediately kind of respond within a minute to her at around 3 o'clock, correct?
Right.
But you don't do anything here, correct? Because it's just a random message and there's no need to, I mean, nothing's being asked of you, right?
Right.
It's just a random message.
Right.
And, you know, you just take care of it when you walk in the door, right?
Pretty much.
Showing opposing counsel what's been marked as stage proposed 379 through 387.
When Steve Jobs said one more thing in his presentations, it was a big aha moment. So that's what I'm waiting for here, like some major big aha moment. For instance,
Before I approach, I'm just going to ask
Forget
you
it.
one more time. You didn't delete anything off your phone on September 2nd of 2022, did you, sir?
Not that I recall.
Now we're going to approach the stage proposed 379 through 387. I want you to take a look at those.
Okay.
Okay. Sir, do those appear to be messages that we just looked at from maybe some other device that we were just looking at through your text messages or your timeline?
Yeah.
Do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of those messages?
Except there's an additional message.
Right, there's an additional message. That's your wife's Apple Watch, isn't it?
It is.
Okay, and that's a fair and accurate depiction of what that watch looks like, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And with the exception of the one message that's off, everything else seems to be a fair and accurate depiction of your communication on that day that you were just telling us about on the timeline. Isn't that right?
So it seems, yes.
Okay. At this time, we'd ask for the admission. Stage proposed 379 through 387.
You could approach, please.
well, what we just heard was that there was a missing message on the phone. There was messages on her Apple Watch that were not reflected in his messages. So clearly he deleted messages from his phone.
They're admitted into evidence.
Sir, you maintained that on the morning.
Look how guilty he looks.
September 2nd, 2022, you were at home, correct?
Right, except for when I went to take a walk.
You deny going over to 7216 Bronze Circle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Publishing 379. That is your wife's Apple Watch, correct?
I mean, it's got a picture of my daughter on it, so I'd have to assume that it is.
No. That's the same picture you just told us about from your text messages, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's at 10:35, correct?
Yes.
It says Friday, correct?
Yes.
It also says Rob up in the corner, correct?
Yes.
I'm now publishing 380. Please read to this jury, what does it say underneath that photograph?
It says, "Where are you?"
Where are you? You told us you were at home.
I did not. I said, actually, when I got the messages, I was still on my walk.
Sir, is it your testimony that you were at home on the day in that morning?
Not the entire morning, no. And I said that to you,
And
sir.
let me ask you this question. That message isn't on your phone, is it?
It isn't. I mean,
So the answer
if
is no.
it was
It's not
sent,
on your-
if
it's
it
not
was
on
sent,
your
it
phone.
should have been. But
Sir, yes or no? That message isn't on your phone.
why it isn't, I wouldn't know because apparently
didn't
it's
ask
not.
you why.
It's not on my wife's phone either.
Sir, I didn't ask you why. I asked you a yes or no question. That message is not on your phone, correct?
From what you showed me, it is not.
And you were in possession of your phone on that day, correct?
On that day, yes.
And you, as the owner of the phone, have the ability to save messages and delete messages, correct?
Yes.
Because the person who holds the phone controls the information, correct?
At that moment, yes.
Right. And she's asking, where are you? Right?
Yes.
At that same time, at 10:30 in the morning, we've seen video surveillance of a car that you say looks just like mine driving in Mr. Gehrman's neighborhood, correct?
That is correct.
Boom.
Sir, if you left your phone at home, you wouldn't have been able to respond to that message, correct? If you were not next to it, correct?
I think that's speculative, but
If you left your house and left your phone at home on the morning of September 2nd, and your wife's texting you, where are you? You wouldn't have been able to respond to that, correct?
But I did not.
I didn't ask you that. If you were not in your house on September 2nd in the morning, and your wife sent you a message with a phone you had left at home, it would have been impossible for you to answer that question, correct?
He can answer.
I'll ask you again.
Again, that would have been if in fact that was the case, if in fact I left my phone at home, then sure, yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, so at this time, we need to end early today, so we're gonna conclude for today. Packet turns the court.
Oh man, we have to put up with this guy again tomorrow morning. That was bad. That was bad. He didn't think about deleting off of the Apple Watch, did he? You know what? I got to think my former boss, Steve Jobs, played a little tiny role in this trial in fucking over Robert TELLES. The prosecuting attorney. Oh, look at him. He just did a big old, big old sigh. Oh my gosh. Because it was true. My former boss at Apple, Steve Jobs, he would say, he would do a really great, like hour-long presentation, and everybody would go, ooh, ah, and then at the end, and then you would think it was over. And then he'd go, but wait, there's one more
At this
thing.
time, we are going to conclude for the day. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate.
So, and that one more thing was always the biggest thing.
Do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way, investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you. We're going to start tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Oh,
Same
9:30.
thing, Officer Hawks will greet you, and he'll bring you in. Thank you very much for your time and attention. You are excused till tomorrow morning at 9:30.
So like 1 year it was the iTunes movie store was the one more thing when I was there. It was the ability to buy music on your iPod. Or just on your computer with iTunes. So before it was just a music player, but then they turned it into a music store, and that was massive. And that was when he was on the cover of Fortune with Sheryl Crow. That was the one more thing that year. So that's an example. So thank you, Steve Jobs, for playing a role in this trial. It was the Apple Watch that fucked Robert Tejas because he didn't remember to delete all the messages off of his wife's Apple Watch, where she was like, "Where the fuck are you?" And in that exact time, where was he? He was driving the Denali around Gurman's property. Oh my Jesus. Oh my God. He is screwed. This man is absolutely screwed. Screwed. As if he would have. I mean, the lawyer did play it well. And you know what? He didn't even need that one more thing. He didn't even need that one more thing. It was already done. I mean, he was done already. There was so much. The conspiracy, the lack of explanation for such simple things, lying about stupid things, and then we got this one more thing. I wasn't there. I didn't have my phone on me. I wasn't there. I was at home. I took a walk and then I was at home. Oh, well, then why does your wife's Apple Watch at 10:30 when you say you're home say, "Where are you?" Which is such a typical, everyday, normal spousal text message. Where are you? Oh, my Jesus. Oh, wow. This has been a rather entertaining trial, I got to say, because he's just such a stupid idiot. Like Likely Face says, he is too stupid to be a lawyer. They give law degrees out to some of the stupidest people in the world. Yeah, who goes for a walk without their phone? Anyway, so I guess we're going to have to return to him on the stand tomorrow for his own redirect. So at least he'll have time to prepare. But strategically, that's good. It's really good for the prosecution because the jury is left with that one more thing, to stew on overnight. Yeah, rest in peace, Steve. I'm not going to lie. Steve was really pissed off at me when I left Apple. There was even an article written about it. So he was not happy with me. But I don't hold that against him. And I'm sure in death he understands why I left Apple. So it's not like, if he were still alive today, we'd still be buddies or anything like that. He would probably still be holding a grudge. But in death, I believe that people turn into pure positive energy. And he doesn't hold it against me. You know, and I'm sure people say, oh, come on, Lynn, how important are you that he would be angry? I'm sorry, but they were angry enough to try to block my departure. They were angry. There was an article written about it. So anyway, I will see you all tomorrow. I guess we're starting at 9:30 Pacific time tomorrow. So I'll see you then. Until then, thank you all so very much for being here, for your wonderful commentary, you know, in the chat, for your respect, for not being jerks or anything like that. Please remember to hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. And also, I'm building up a new channel where I'm not going to be mean to YouTube. And it's on the screen. Please look for it and go subscribe over there, because I'm building that up so that we can go have fun over there. And thank you again. And I will see you all tomorrow. Have a lovely, lovely rest of your day. Bye-bye.